So, all right. Welcome to EXP Monthly. And yes, welcome in chat, Justin Yates, External Pirate, and of course, Miss Moon and Shadow, who I
Howdy.
happen to already be talking to. No, and look at that. We have one of the new updated commands. I don't know if you have music on, you can hear it playing. um, So, we are going to be covering Justin too. So if you don't hear for the Justin Yates command, I have like 6 different samples of his music, and it plays one at random anytime you do it now.
Nice.
But we are covering Final Fantasy VI for April EXP Monthly. I am Filbert, and I'm joined with Blue, Pixel Phoenix, Miss Moon, Shadow 815X, and hopefully Dreamywarrior / John with an H will join us a little bit later. But yeah, we're gonna just talk about our experience with the game, opinions, history with it, and talk through the narrative. So I'll just kind of kick it off myself when it comes to Final Fantasy VI. This is definitely like a beloved game to me. I've talked about it many times on this podcast and with many of you, but this was a game I grew up mostly watching my brothers play first. And then I really wasn't playing it myself until like the late 90s. Probably around 97, 8. Like once I was like 8 and 9 is when I really started to play it. But I used to watch my brothers play it all the time. I finished it actually today. I saved Kefka's Tower for today and beat it again. I'd probably say myself playing this is probably like the 5th time I've beat it. But watching like my brothers and stuff, I've probably watched the game played through from start to finish at least a dozen times. At many times, I've probably said this is my favorite game. My favorite game changes like a breeze in the wind, but this is definitely top 5. But it kind of like shuffles around. But I'm super excited to talk about this and a lot of my experience and opinions, especially around the narrative of this game with everyone here and everyone in chat. So I will pass it over to you, Blue.
All right, and on the other end of the spectrum, we have me, who I have never played Final Fantasy VI all the way through before. I may have played it for less than an hour in the distant past at a friend's house or something. But yeah, this is my first exposure to the game in its entirety. Although I suspect had I played this, I did have a SNES, but had I played it, it probably would have been one of my favorites. Spoiler alert. But no, I was too busy playing Pokemon back in the day. So yeah, not too much to tell as far as my history with the game.
All right, and how about you go next, Miss Moon?
Yeah. So my story is going to be a little similar to yours, Filbert, where I too watched my second oldest brother play it at the time. And let me backtrack that a little bit. We played this relatively closely to Chrono Trigger when we used to rent games a lot. And those 2 RPGs were like, for me, the foundation of my love of JRPGs in general. And just experiencing those 2 close together, it just kind of opened my eyes to a world of games that I just was not used to. And so because we rented Final Fantasy, 3 at the time, we didn't beat it. It wasn't until, I want to say, 1999 or 2000 when the Final Fantasy anthology came out for PS1. And so we were able to buy that and replay it again. This time, since it was 2-player, I played through the whole thing along with my second oldest brother. And that's a special experience for me because it is just one of those Final Fantasies that, and when I say this, I'm not saying that all the other Final Fantasies are like worse, but there's just something different about this particular entry that just stood out to me, and that is no, it just aged so well, even as I was replaying it. So that's why I hold the anthology version with the FMV sequences kind of close to my heart, because I know some people aren't a fan of those FMVs, but I actually really like those inclusions. So long story short, yeah, this is such a special game, and I can't wait to talk about it.
All right. And how about you, Shadow?
Well, just like Chrono Trigger, I played this for the first time in 2020. I then played the SNES version on my SNES Mini, and I really had a great time. Like, Final Fantasy has always been like growing up a franchise I really wanted to try, but like language barrier and all that stuff, and didn't have the right system for the right time, right? So it always allured me, and I knew like 6 was the big guy in the 2D games, so I was very excited to finally play it back then. And by that time, it became my favorite Final Fantasy, but as you may know, that have changed. But it's an incredible game, and I'm looking forward to yap about this for a good hour or two.
And finally, Pixel Phoenix. Tell us about your experience with Final Fantasy VI.
Well, before I start, I just want to say, Miss Moon, you mentioned that you had played the PS1 version, or at least it's very close to your heart. Hopefully we have some info on that, because I was chatting with Filbert before the stream on some facts for Final Fantasy. One of those facts pertains to the PS1 version. And I thought you might find that kind of interesting if you haven't known about it already.
Oh, I can't wait to hear this. Okay, now my interest is piqued.
Yeah, kind of cool. Anyway, I gotta say, my start with Final Fantasy VI is kind of an odd one. My mom was kind of the gamer in the house, and I had the original Nintendo as a kid, and my mom had the Super Nintendo. So me seeing her play the Super Nintendo was cool, because it was like, man, I really want to jump onto this. This is the newest console. This is the new thing in the house for the most part. And one day she picked up the game and she tried it, and then I watched her play it, but I didn't really understand it much at the time. I was a little bit too young for it. You know, the game had already come out. And after watching her play it, I tried to grasp as much of it as I could. My early childhood memories, kind of the most I can remember is essentially her getting outside of Narsh, exploring the forest and the desert outside of Narsh for a little bit, and that's pretty much it. Once she stopped playing it, she gave me the Super Nintendo, and then I played it. And at that point, I didn't really know what to expect for the game. I didn't know what it was. I wasn't used to role-playing games. I had grown up actually starting off playing Super Mario, or rather Mario, and Metroid. And for me, that was kind of my earliest exposure to games. Final Fantasy VI, for me, I had known about the Final Fantasy series, but again, I was so young that for me, it was kind of this thing that was around that my friends knew about and we talked about, but that was it. And over the years, I would kind of grind away at it to try to figure out how to beat it. And, you know, this is 95, 96, maybe 97, just before Final Fantasy VII comes out. And I slowly grind my way through the game over the course of a couple years and eventually beat it. But I didn't really understand a lot of it at the time. I was too young to really kind of grasp a lot of the adult themes. And I would constantly go back to it after beating Final Fantasy VII and try to understand it more and more. because I'd be like, okay, well, why is it that you have all these crazy events happening in the game? I don't want to be too spoilery too much, but why do you have all these things happening in the game, and what does it really mean? And that's kind of my earliest exposure to the game. And ever since then, basically since the mid-90s to late 90s, I have repeatedly played this game pretty much over and over every single year, just because I've enjoyed it so much. And without getting too much into it, I want to welcome Dreamywarrior for joining us.
Just in time. How you doing?
Hey.
If you need a minute to get settled in, no problem. But we're just kind of finishing up with our brief introduction about Final Fantasy VI, how many times you've kind of played it, or when you first were introduced to it. So I don't know if you want to kind of give your brief kind of overview with the history of it, Dreamywarrior.
Sure. If I turn on my webcam, am I gonna mess everything up?
No, you're good to kick it on. Look at that.
Right. I got my shirt that Game
He's
White gave
repping.
me two
Nice.
Very nice.
Secret Santas ago. But yeah, so 6 was actually my first RPG on the SNES, or just first RPG in general, because SNES is what I grew up with. And I would bring my Super Nintendo to my grandparents' house, they lived in Long Island, which was like about 5 hours from where I lived. And my cousin, who had no consoles growing up or anything, we'd always play that. And usually my save would always get corrupted. I'm not sure just pulling it out, or if like somebody tapped the console when it was in play, it would kind of like freeze and everything be lost. So we'd always constantly like be replaying the beginning part. We did eventually beat it. I did have Anthology on the PlayStation 1, and then I remember the GBA one. I think I had like a secret dungeon in it. But yeah, it's like definitely my favorite. My cousin's favorite was always Edgar, and I always like Sabin. So we kind of had like that sort of bond over it.
Yeah, my favorite was always Sabin too, and my one older brother, it was like his favorite too. So
yeah,
I
didn't even know how to do the blitzes, and I still loved them.
Yep, a couple of them, it's like we're just always memorized. But yeah, with kind of brief overview, the first thing I think that is always fun to talk about with Final Fantasy VI is the intro, and I'll start playing it so people can see it on the stream in the top right. But the intro, I think, blew a lot of us away if you played it back in the Super Nintendo era, with when you had that like the 3 Magitechs just walking towards the city. And most people, and I definitely agree with it, it's one of the first times I think a video game felt cinematic. It's hard to really think of too many games, especially at least console games. There might be some PC games, but as far as console games, that felt like you're watching like the opening of like a movie. And I know that was a very impactful scene for a lot of people, and I just want to kind of open the floor to that, just because it left an impact on me, but I know some people, this is like one of the first things I think about when they talk about this game or reflect on it. So I guess what's everyone's kind of feelings about that opening cinematic?
I probably have the simplest opinion, given that I don't have much history with the game. But I was super impressed that this was originally like a SNES era opening. And I was like, they blew this out of the park right off the bat. Like, perfect establishment of, tone and themes, and, getting the world established just immediately. So that's my opinion, not having seen it before.
Yeah, I think it's a very cinematic opening, as you said. Like, imagine you being a Japanese kid that follow the series through 6 from 1, and you see these weird looking armor things, robot, what are they? What are you walking towards to? It makes a very good, appealing mystery at the start of the game. Like, you want to know what is going on right there and then. So I think they managed to grab the player immediately. And this is Pixel, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the first time they use steampunk in Final Fantasy, right?
Largely, yes.
Yeah. So even have that element in the opening is this is gonna be something else than our usually medieval European adventure thing.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of people, if you're used to Final Fantasy, aren't used to seeing like essentially mechs. And another little thing, this was the first one to have Wedge and Biggs, yeah, in the opening. So that's also like a nice little side note. Unfortunately, they don't last too long, but
It's also the first one to kind of move away from the crystal aspect that prior games had centered their stories around. This one had nothing to do with crystals, and that was a very, very interesting change considering the environmental differences and what they wanted to do with the story. So people who had, grown up with Final Fantasy 1, 2, all the way through 5 are now playing 6, and they're like, okay, well, what's this? This is interesting. We have these walking mechs going up in the snow. It almost kind of has this sort of Mode 7 effect that the Super Nintendo is used to, or known for, I should say. Not quite Mode 7, but the way in which it draws its graphics as the characters are approaching, walking through the snow, and the town of Narsh slowly reveals itself is really ominous. And it's very intelligently played because the opening theme is called Omen.
And Narsh 2, it is such a the game, I think, in the opening does such a good job of like slowly unraveling, like where you have a lot of little questions, you're getting a lot of little bit of information. It's like, who are we? Clearly you don't know her name yet, but Terra, like this one character is clearly different from these other two. These town people are fighting us. You don't know if you're good or bad, what's going on. And you're going towards this thing just called an Esper. And that's just one thing I still remember as a kid. It just does a great job of just a setup where you have a lot of questions. And they aren't questions. What I think an issue I sometimes have with a lot of JRPGs, especially this era and probably more so like the PS1 era, is a lot of the early questions is just like pure confusion. Like there's a lot of terms being thrown around that it's like, the only term in this is like Esper. Like as far as like a made up word, then I'm like, all right, what is this? I feel like a lot of games in this era, half of it's just trying to decipher what's going on, but like all the little clues I can understand as far as the context, and it's like a good just like hook, line, and sinker for me. Just as you start to go through exploring Narsh and make your way towards the Esper.
That's such a good point. Especially when most of you all were saying how cinematic the opening is. That there's no other better way to describe it other than cinematic, because I can't speak for the rest of you all, but this was my first Final Fantasy, so I had never played 1 through 5. So experiencing this one for the first time just blew me away, and from that experience I kind of had this assumption that all JRPGs were like this in a way. But after that I played a bunch more, and there's differences. But with 6's opening, there is just such a well thought out quality to it that really lures you in to know more about this world. That if I had played 1 through 5 before this, I would have been kind of surprised. Like, what is this? This feels so different from the other 5. It seems darker, more melancholic, and yet, it just lures you in. It doesn't repulse you thinking, this isn't like the other Final Fantasies. I don't know if I'm gonna like this. Considering like the later titles today try different stuff, and people get repulsed by it, but
and I know for
the
me
changes made in the earlier Final Fantasies that I'm sorry, my computer lagged for a second.
yeah, I thought you were done talking. You can finish that thought. I was gonna say, for me, this would have probably been my first JRPG as well, in both watching as well as like playing shortly after. And I definitely agree. I remember like watching my brothers play, because when it comes to JRPGs, I'm not always that crazy about the combat. I have fun with it, but to a degree. But this was, again, one of the first games where I just wanted to know the story. And I used to always equip like the shoes that stopped encounters, because it's just like, once the story gets going, especially the first half of the game, particular for me as a kid, I just wanted to get to the next story beat. Like, I would have been fine if this was like almost like a non-combat game, because I was like so hooked, where I just wanted to always kind of know what was coming up next. And it, I think, does a great job, at least in my opinion. I think there's some people who wish the dungeons in this game were probably larger and a little bit more elaborate, but I'm like one of those players where when it comes to like a JRPG, these are the type of dungeons I like. They're often 20 minutes to an hour, and you can get through them and progress the story, but you get that combat spill in. Because I know some JRPGs I play where when I get to a dungeon for the first time, I'm just like, all right, I gotta slog for an hour or two to get to the content I really want to experience. And this, I think, does a pretty good pace throughout most of the game when it comes to dungeons. But yeah, so as you go through Narsh, you eventually encounter an Esper. It has this like reaction. It seems to vaporize Biggs and Wedge, and Terra wakes up. She has amnesia. You find out she's been mind controlled, and you're quickly introduced to as she's going to escape. She basically gets knocked unconscious, fallen in the cave, and your second protagonist, Alok, shows up. And I was telling Blue earlier, I apologize in advance to many of you. Me and my brothers used to name certain characters like different names, and it's just always stuck with me. The simplest one is Locke. We always used to call him rename him to Locky. We just thought it sounded better. But there's like Celeste, we always named Rosa. So every once in a while, I might call a character a different name, but it's been just ingrained in me for like 30 years at this point. It's just like, nope, Celeste is Rosa. Realm, that's not her name. It's Megan. But I'll try not to screw up the names too much. But yeah, you come across Locke, and I think that's another thing we can touch on is, and we're probably going to be referencing Pixel a lot, because he's definitely I probably shouldn't say that. I'm not too familiar with all your history of Dreamywarrior, but I know Pixel has like a lot of history with Final Fantasy. But I believe this is the first one that has like a true ensemble cast. There are, you kind of have Celeste and Terra that are arguably your main protagonist, but this is truly like an ensemble cast where there isn't really a main character. And this is the second character you get in the game, and you get a vast amount of characters in this game. I also believe it's the first Final Fantasy that you could essentially, during not all parts of the game, but through much of the game, just completely switch your party around however you wanted. There's sometimes in the game where you have to have certain characters, but especially second half of the game and many parts in the first half, you can build a party you want to build with the characters you've recruited. But how's everyone kind of thoughts and preferences when it comes to like the ensemble cast of the game?
I do think the cast is pretty good. It's only one I have a gripe with, which I don't understand why he's in the game, and what he's trying to do in this game, and why they put him in. That's Gao.
I was gonna guess that. I was like, don't tell us those little guess, because like it could have been so many different choices with like Go-Go and Amaro, which are like kind of like optional finds.
Yeah.
But I was gonna just say shiny, 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 and wonder if that was the right one.
Yeah, and he's not very fun to play as because he rage and change to another character. I bet Pixel have some very meta optimal strategy with Go.
The funny thing is, first off, his name is Taz. But
Like the
I
wrestler,
believe
or-
technically he is like the most powerful character in the game if you get the right rages, because funnily enough, like one of his best rages is just the cat scratch, which is like one of the basic weak enemies, but it does like awesome physical damage. But if you get the right rages with him, he turns into a beast. And it's funny that you say that, Shadow, because as a kid, my two favorite characters were Sabin and Gao. And like a lot of times when I would watch my brother play, he would always name Sabin after himself. And then, if we didn't name him Taz, we'll name him after me. But yeah, I think I always forget his name because I don't think I ever play with him, but the Yeti, Umar or whatever, is like my most like, what was the point of this character? Like, I feel like he's clearly one of those characters they probably had ideas for, story things for, and they just ran out of time and was like, just leave him in there.
Umaro was it?
I felt the same way about Gao, and I kind of still, because it's like I like to some extent to have control over what actions they do. And it's like as soon as you put him to rage, it's just like AI autopilot from there. But yeah, he is probably one of the strongest. I've never tried to maximize or anything like that, but
no, it is
one of the
funny.
strongest
There's
in
a
the game.
couple times, even in this last playthrough, where I'll put him in rage and then be like, oh crap, he's healing the enemy. So then it's like, all right, time to cast Ultima or something on him to knock him out, bring him back, have him rage as a different
You got confused,
beast.
yeah.
Yeah, and how he learns new attacks, like he just jumps and leaves the party for a while, and you have to find him again. And I don't get why he's important to have in the game. I feel like he does nothing to the story, like take him out and it's the same game basically. So I'm excited and curious to hear about if he has anything like deep side quest I have missed.
He
this
does
game.
have a side quest in the second half of the game where you find out who his father is.
Yeah, because there was like this old man that threw his kid out because
Yeah.
he was a monster or something like that. I knew that was the father of Gao, but I never did anything with it.
Yeah, if you...
I don't know if you did this, Shadow, but you can actually take Gao to go meet his father. And Gao will make an effort to kind of make himself presentable and reconnect with his father.
He gets all suited up and everything.
him in a suit. That would be
But- And
Sight.
it's and I do think it's like one of the more like touching scenes I always remember as a kid, because you basically, essentially, his father's just like, yeah, I had a child, he's a monster. I left it, like, when I left him and ran away, like, he's like the most hideous thing I ever seen. And Sabin, and I think that's why I like Gao, because I'm such a fan of Sabin. And clearly him and Gao are like always like start off butting heads and playing like comedy off each other.
They're much
but
more alike than they think.
Yep. And Sabin in that scene gets angry and like wants to like fight his dad because he is so offended. But Gao is just like, no, like I have a dad and that's okay. Like he just isn't offended by it. And he's happy that his dad is happy, because he finds out like his dad is alive still, and he's just like, that makes me happy. And it's just like one of those things where Gao, but I do see why, because Gao is definitely almost always played as essentially a comedic relief besides really that scene. And I do agree with like you, Dreamywarrior. Generally, I like playing the characters I have control with. Even though I usually like playing with him, it like Go with his mimic ability, you have to kind of be fluid with how you use them. But yeah, some of the characters like that, even like Mog, like doing the dances, I definitely prefer usually having control. So when I play a game now, I usually don't use Gao a ton. I do like to use him, and I like to just narratively for myself. A lot of times I'll do a party with like Kim, Cyan, and Sabin, and then someone else, just because I like those three always kind of being together.
I tried so hard to use Mog in this game, and it's just so hard to use his dances. There were so many times where I'm like, I just want you to do anything, and it's just like stumble for like 10 turns in a row, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm sorry, I have to bench the Moogle.
Yeah, I don't think I ended up using Mog at all in this run. I used to use him a lot more as a kid, but in this playthrough and probably my most other recent one, he's always like kind of on the bench for me.
I remember my first playthrough, like Mog was very useful at the Kefka tower, where his ability or item which eliminate encounters. That was like the best use of Mog I've experienced in this game.
I guess quickly, since you say that, if you did play this last month, what version did you play? If you're just going off history, that's whatever. Too, I did play the Pixel Remaster for the first time, and part of the reason I say this is I did use the boost setting in that to give ×2 basically XP, Gil, and magic points, and I thought that was like a great way to play the game and not get like over leveled or anything, where I was able to basically go from point to point to point, and I only turned it up to you can go up to ×4, and I just did like right before I went to Kefka's tower, I basically put it in ×4 and then grinded for like maybe an hour on the dinosaur island place, and then went, just because I'm grinding them anyways, might as well save myself some time. So yeah, if anyone played it recently this last month or the last time you played it, what was the version you played? And if you did play it using Pixel Remaster, did you do any of the boosts or use any of like the quality of life features?
I did the same thing you did. I too played the Pixel Remaster because I hadn't played it yet, and I too took advantage of the 4 times boost for experience points and Gil. It's definitely a quality of life upgrade that allows you to level up like
Yeah.
relatively in a fast time. Especially now, you're playing it as you're older, so you don't have a lot of time, but you want to play through it.
Yep.
I I really enjoyed the Pixel remaster. For one reason is just to put a sidebar, the music. I thought the rearrangements for the soundtrack were phenomenal. It is just beautiful in my opinion, and I like the option that you could switch between that and the original. But I just wanted to highlight the rearrangements because I think that's one thing about the Pixel remasters that really stands out to me. But as far as going back a little bit to the party, like who we used more often than not, because my computer decided to lag on me, I couldn't chime in. I would say I'm the type of person that likes to stick to a certain group if it just works for me. Like for me, I used Edgar, Sabin, Locke, and Celis, and I would just stick with them. And with Final Fantasy VI, you're constantly having to separate your party into different groups. And that was always a challenge for me because I know I was not going to use some of the other party members as much as I was going to use my core group. And I can't think of another Final Fantasy where they asked you to like separate your party into two groups to, coordinate to get through a certain dungeon. But for someone like me that doesn't use different characters as much as I should, that was always a challenge for me when I had to pick my party members. But I don't know if that was a challenge for anybody else, or are you the type that just likes to use everybody as much as you can?
It's funny. I think my main group of four is the same as yours. And I just, ever since a kid, loved the chainsaw, and Sabin was my favorite. Celeste, for some reason, I always liked her more than Terra when it came to like, my main magic user. And then I always like Locky, especially with him teaming up with Celeste in the same party. But as a kid, I think I always had the challenge you would have, especially during the party splits, especially the last Kefka's Tower at the end of the game, where I almost always had like 4 really strong characters and everyone else is super under leveled. And especially as a kid, I would be like impatient and be like, oh, it's just time to beat the game. And then it would be a slog. So usually it's like one of those parties because you'd have like the 3 parties. But when I played through this most recent time, I made a conscious effort to essentially switch it up and play with almost everyone. I think the only 2 characters I didn't use at all, besides when you're forced to for like the party splits, was the Yeti and Mog. Everyone else, I was essentially cycling in. And I tried to do it narratively. Like just partly whether it was in the game or kind of with my own like canon or something. Like a lot of times if I had Celeste, Locky would be there. If I had like Gao, Sabin was going to be in that party, and I was kind of cycling in a lot, and that was definitely different because Sabin's always been probably my favorite since when I was a kid, and I almost always had him no matter what in my party if he is available. When I did this run, there's significant sections of the game where I just have him on the sideline to play with other characters.
Funny you say that about leveling them up all because of the tower and the part where you split the party. This was the exact reason why I used the boost on the Pixel Remaster. This was my first time playing that set remastered, and I had a great time. Didn't like the thought like you had to grind your least used members just to have a fighting chance in that last part, but with the 4 times boost with everything, that really steamed through the game with, so it was a much better experience at those parts where you have to split the party, but yeah, pretty good port if you so choose to play this game. And Miss Moon is right with the music, it's pretty good, and the Pixel Remaster improved my favorite scene in the game, and we'll probably gonna talk about that scene later in the episode, but I'm excited for that.
How about you, Blue? With it being your first time, you don't have all that baggage like we do with these characters. Who was kind of your main party when you were playing this?
So my main party was Sabin, who I am convinced is just the carrier of all parties. And then I had Terra and Celeste both. And then the last slot was kind of up in the air. Whenever Shadow showed up, Shadow would slot in there. Otherwise, it was either Cyan or Edgar, depending on where it was in the storyline. So, yeah, I went double magic to a degree, but Celeste can kind of do whatever. She can kind of do magic or be an attacker too. So this is super versatile. As far as I played the game in the Pixel Remaster, I didn't realize until probably 3/4 of the way through the game that like the music was rearranged. So for that entire time, I thought this game was an SNES game with the greatest music ever. Like I was like,
how did they do this in 1994?
yeah, right. I was like, every other SNES game I've ever played has the worst music compared to this.
You had to get the vinyl attachment, like the Sega CD to the Super Nintendo.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did not use the XP boost because I didn't know that was a feature. And I did have to grind in a couple of spots. One of them was quite early. There is a point at which I think it's just Terra and Locke, and you have to fight in a cave like a motorcycle boss. I think it's like the first boss that actually uses magic on you, and it's like a tutorial battle where it's like, hey, Terra, or no, it's Celis, because it's you have to use runic, right?
Yeah.
And I did that, and the motorcycle didn't actually use magic and just used like whatever its physical like drill attack was or whatever, and just like one shot them both. And I was like, oh, well, maybe we need to go be a higher level now. So I spent some time to grind through that. That was the only time I really had to go out of my way to grind specifically for levels. Actually, no, that's not true. There was one other time that I had to actually grind, and it was when I thought I softlocked myself at the top of not the end game tower, but the penultimate tower, which is the one that I think somebody mentioned like Mog is really useful for, because you can equip his charm and just go straight to the top of the tower and you're all good. I did not do that. I went and fought all of those bosses all the way to the top, and then it's an optional boss, but I forget what the boss's name is. It's like Magimaster or something. That boss was just destroying me with Ultima. And I didn't really have an answer for that. So I thought I was soft locked because it was basically impossible for me to beat that boss. And you can't go back down the tower once you've gotten to the top and saved. Because I went up to the top and I was like, all right, we're going to do the boss. I'll save right before. And if you do that, you basically are kind of trapped. But there are 2 tiles directly outside of the like boss room that you can walk into. And you can walk back and forth on those 2 tiles, and eventually you will get RNG encounters. So I was able to walk back and forth on those 2 tiles and level somebody up with an Esper to be able to unlock whatever the spell is that you can cast on somebody and they come back from the dead when they die.
Yeah.
And then I was
raise,
able
yeah.
to do that and clear the boss, but it took a really long time. So would not recommend that. I would recommend using the XP boost instead and just getting high level before you get to the end of the game. But
Yeah,
after that, the rest of the end of the game was very easy, comparatively.
Well, I think there's a couple other tricks you can do. I think if you put a reflect ring on yourself, it will that reflect Ultima and save them too?
I don't think Reflect works on Ultima.
Wall rings or reflect in the newer games will not work. You normally have to use life 3, or I think in the newer games it's called re-raise, if I remember
re-raise.
correctly. And if you don't do that, if you have somebody that can essentially leave the screen for a moment when he's using Ultima, and then come back after Ultima finishes, then that would work too.
I remember
Like if
there's
Gal was to use like jump, for example.
I remember there's I think some other way you can like cheese it too. I would have to look it up, but yeah, that's like one of those things where it's like, yeah, you need to make sure you have life 3 or you're in trouble.
It was very much a gotcha moment, and I kind of gotcha to myself by saving, but like I feel like saving right before a boss battle is a fairly reasonable thing to do in a JRPG. So yeah, in the moment I was like, oh, this is going to be a slog to just level at the top of this tower for however long it took. It took quite a long time.
Because I
I
didn't do it this run, but I do remember one of the main cheeses for that boss. You still need to have like life 3 re-res on you, but you just go up there and have everyone equipped with reflect rings, because all he does is cast magic and he just kills himself. You just can literally just walk away and but
Yeah.
That's a difficult one because on the newer versions you can save at the top and sort of screw yourself. In the original game, you can't do that at all. You have to save outside the tower, climb the tower, and if he kills you, well, climb back up.
To go all the way from bottom to top again. Okay. At least you're not stuck there. But I mean, I guess in the new game you can't get yourself stuck there either. So maybe they added that as a consolation / unstuck quality of life thing.
You know, it's an interesting point that you bring up because there are some bosses in this game that kind of have this unusual difficulty scaling, not in the same way that the average boss would. I remember my first experience having any kind of difficulty with the game, and this is, many years ago. My first real wall was actually fighting Vargas way back in the day, which is Sabin's master, like his or not his master, his basically his
rival,
friend's dad,
yeah.
basically
Rival student,
his rival
yeah.
essentially. Yeah. And so when you're fighting him, I didn't understand how the sort of combo system worked, how you could input commands to pull off things like pummel or suplex, whatever. And I just didn't understand how that worked. And when I was fighting him, I couldn't understand why I was so consistently losing. And I would try to input commands as often as I could, as many times as I could, and just fail. And I would say, okay, you know what? I'm just going to fight. I'm just going to hit fight, hope that I can win. And if I don't, I'm going to level him up enough and see if that works. And the game required that you use pummel to beat that because it's a scripted effect. It relies on that move going off to proceed with the story. And I thought I was just bad at the game. I mean, this is my first time playing it, and I'm like, what am I doing wrong? Like, is this just a really hard battle? I don't get it.
Funny you say that, because I was stuck on that fight on my second playthrough now, and I even wrote in my notes, keep fighting game inputs away from my Final Fantasy. So I'm not that big on Sabin because of that. I haven't told about my preference in characters, but Celes is my all-time favorite, and she's always on my party when she's available, and try to choose switch between different, because they don't level up unless they is participating in a battle. So I swapped around, but Celis was like, I think I leveled her up to 70, 90, while the rest is like 50, 70.
That's still
So
pretty
there.
good. That's a lot.
I think my main party members were all like in the 50s to 60s at the end of the game ish.
Guys,
So-
looking, the last time I beat it, which I was just kind of rushing through it, I remember, but my average party level was like low 40s.
wow.
This time, my highest level was like 56, I think, but almost everyone was high 40s, low 50s. But yeah, I wanted to mention that too real quick,
go ahead.
is the blitzes. I remember like like a lot of kids, we kind of had, kind of busted Super Nintendo controllers, and it was so hard to do some blitzes that it basically was, we only ever did Humble, Meteor, and his final one, because like those were the only ones we could like consistently do on like our controller for some reason. It's like if we try to do the other ones, it was like, it's like a 50-50 if you got the input. But it's one of the things I did like about the Pixel remaster was it just shows the inputs, and it basically lets you know if you screw it up, you can just redo it real quick. And part of me is just like, just give me an option, just pick it. Like, I don't need to do the input at this point.
And if you do the auto combat, it just does
the last one you did,
it just
yeah.
does it. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I will say that is a really kind of a nice change in the Pixel Remaster version, because I don't expect people to have to figure out what commands are what. How do you pull off a pummel? How do you pull off an Orbolt? How do you pull off a Fire Dance? Like, how do you use these? And trying to do that in the Super Nintendo version, where there is no guide, no walkthrough, the only thing that you can do is go to your skill menu, look at his blitz command, see what the inputs are, and then hope that you get it right on the Super Nintendo controller, because it doesn't always register properly.
Yep. I remember my Vargas fight had the same, but I just brought my older brother to put in the blitz for the to get past the thing.
Make this problem go away.
Exactly.
Right.
This made me think of Hironobu Sakaguchi. This was years ago. He did a live stream playing Final Fantasy VI, and I think it was an anniversary stream, and he was right at that part where he was fighting Vargas, and even he screwed up the input. So yeah, it's definitely not easy to input on the SNES, but yeah, I do too appreciate how easy it was and how quick it was to input those commands.
Is it the same as like, because I haven't played the remastered yet, but the Pixel remasters, the iOS version, I remember having it on, I think my iPhone, like probably like 13 years ago. I didn't complete it because like the sprites a little bit bothered me, how they looked and appeared compared to the background. I made it pretty far into it, but it was like kind of things I'd only pull out when I'm like waiting for a doctor's appointment. So I just, eventually just didn't beat it or whatever. For whatever reason, I stopped playing like mobile games kind of for a while. But I remember for its inputs, it was similar. Like you just like press the buttons on the screen. But I wasn't sure if it was touch screen, but is it similar to that?
So at the top of the screen, it just shows the input, and as you like are doing the input, they disappear. So if they all disappear, you just push A. If you screw it up, it'll like reset. So in Pixel Remaster, you can just easily tell when the input's done. You push A.
Can you feel a blitz input still?
Yeah.
Or no?
Yeah. Sometimes if I was impatient, so be quick, hit A and be like, oh shit, I screwed up.
Yeah, if you hit A earlier, then it'll just it'll progress, and then when it's his turn to go, it'll just be like, nope, you did it wrong. Nothing happens.
I feel for Pixel's party because he hasn't told us what it is, but I bet you it's gonna have Terra in it, just as of like your Minecraft skin, and then also trying to get that card when the Magic the Gathering came out. I mean, I'm not positive, but I feel like it's a pretty high chance.
Yeah.
My party is almost always going to be Terra, Celis, Locke, and usually either Edgar or Sabin. just because going back to my earliest days playing the game, those were kind of my favorite, really my favorite characters. I mean, I would later come to really appreciate Setzer and Gal and other characters in the party, Shadow and so on. But those are the characters that I really still kind of stick with today. I really appreciate Edgar's tools. I think Sabin is extremely strong throughout pretty much the entire game, especially when you get Bum Rush. I mean, he can just clean house, the minute you get to the World of Ruin, which is amazing. And Terra has Morph, and Celis has Runic. Just can absorb magic abilities like that. If you know who to steal from when you're using Locke, he's also extremely helpful, so I almost always bring him along. But when the game calls for you to switch your party or kind of manage your party whenever it forces you to switch to, I don't know, Gao or whomever you have with you, Cyan and so on, I kind of make do with them for a while. And then once I get the chance, I reform my party into the sort of main 4 or 5. And some years I have Sabin as my 4th, some years I have Edgar as my 4th, but it tends to be one of those 2.
Yeah, I always rotate. I think I always lock Edgar, Sabin, and then Terra. And then the 4th one I just like rotate through stuff because I do like Shadow because he's a ninja. But I also like throwing in, I called her Celius, me and my cousin did. So that's like what we've always called her. But yeah, those 2, and then I was never a huge fan of Setzer because the same thing, like gambling mechanic and hitting the slots and stuff like that. I thought it looked cool, and Mog and Gao pretty much same story. So I'm trying to think of other Cyan, or is it Cyan? I always put him in the party every now and then. Although I think he became like less potent towards end game, where he was like pretty strong early game.
Yeah, Cyan, especially if you're playing the Super Nintendo version, his stat allocation, and this is probably getting too much into the technical aspect of it, but his stat allocation is a little bit lower than everybody else's. So at the start, he's pretty powerful because his vigor stat is fairly high, but he doesn't scale very well unless you give him espers to level up with. And if you're playing the Super Nintendo version, because he has his sword techniques, well, in the Super Nintendo version, sword techniques are based on time waiting. So basically you press A to activate his sword techniques, and then it counts up to a number every second. And his best moves, the number goes from 1 to 8, but his best move is at number 7. But that means you're waiting 7 seconds to use the move. And by the end of the game, if you've been leveling up your characters at it, with any relative ease using espers and whatnot, they can easily kind of overpower Cyan by that point. You can still make him pretty powerful by leveling up his vigor stat and maxing it out and then letting him use that move, which is totally fine. But then you can also get relics that sort of kind of make that move almost pointless in itself. And this is where the Pixel Remaster really fixes that, because it removes the time-based aspect. You can just use it.
Yep. Like he still waits the time, but then he just does it now. Because I used to never use them as a kid, because once his good ones, it's like I don't want, even if the waiting wasn't so much of an issue mechanic-wise, it's just like fun-wise, it's just like it's not fun to just sit here for 7 seconds and do nothing.
Yeah.
The animation was cool though.
Yeah.
It is cool. It is cool.
And like dispatch, and like whenever you did hit the 3 targets, that was like and the cool sound effects.
But yeah, I appreciate that so much, because that made me actually use them quite a bit in this run, because it's just like, I just pick the move and then I go on, play with everyone else, and then 5 or 6 seconds later he just does it. I don't have to sit there and watch.
It makes him a very viable party member by removing that time-based aspect, and kind of it turns him into sort of like a second Gal in a way, where he can basically use cat scratch, where you can just attack 4 times and you can just do it right then and there.
I didn't know that was a change.
Yep.
It was just a solid guy whenever I used him. But yeah, it sounds like if you have to just wait for all of his abilities and like the button at the right time, that would make
Yeah,
lot more complicated.
yeah, definitely was annoying back in the day.
Like you wait too long and you go to 8. I don't even know what 8 was. Did it like
It
buff
was
him or
the
something?
auto kill. He could auto kill like up
right.
to 2 enemies, but like a lot of things in this game, it depended on the enemy. Like sometimes it auto killed,
Yep.
sometimes
It wasn't
didn't.
always consistent.
What-
Yeah.
What of the things he didn't do anything, or like that's what I'm wondering if he buffed himself because they played a little blue animation, but he wouldn't actually attack anything. Was that like a boost almost like for a monk, or was that just like you hit the wrong number? Sorry.
Like the last move, or which one?
I can't remember. It's been so long. I just remember like it might have been one of the early because I'd always like try all the different numbers. And I felt like he just like lifted up his sword and then it played the animation, but he didn't like no enemies just took damage.
Oh yeah. So it's checking for an immunity status, and what it does is the game, like he uses the move, and it's supposed to cause death, but if they have death immunity, nothing happens.
Okay, that might have been it.
Yeah, I think
And
he
by
has-
death, of course, that would be like doom, you know, like those casting spells and whatnot. But
I-
because they
I
can still
think-
die, they just can't die by instant death attacks.
forget if it's him. Someone has like a move, that he can give someone a random weakness or something to. I forget if that's one of his as well.
That's got Edgar.
That's
Edgar can
Edgar.
get a
Oh yeah, that's
tool.
one of his
Yeah,
tools. That's what
That's
it
the
is.
debilitator.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, speaking
remember-
of Edgar, so we mentioned you get still pretty early in the game, but we'll kind of rush through some things. But stop me if there's anything I gloss over that you want to talk about more. But Loki, you take control of Loki, end up going to rescue Terra with the help of the Moogles. And this was like, I believe like the first Final Fantasy that kind of really embraced like the classic Moogle that we see now, like in the Pixels background there, which I still very much connect with the one to his left that has the food.
The scoop of nuts and pancakes.
Yeah.
Yep, that's right.
And you essentially find out that there's a resistance fighting the Empire. Loki's part of the resistance, and you go to travel to Edgar, who is the king of a small kingdom that has this very cool castle that can travel underground between continents, and end up meeting up with Edgar. And early on, one of my favorite scenes is the first time when you are actually grouped up with Terra, Locke, and Edgar, and Terra casts magic, and both Edgar and Locke like freak out. Well, I forget who says it first, but like one of them's like, "Do you know what that was?" And the other doesn't realize like she just cast magic, and they're like, "It's magic!" And
They're like,
you
yeah,
find
it's
out,
pretty neat
like-
what they can do. And I think it was Locke that like didn't know what it was, but he's like,
Yeah.
yeah, isn't that kind of cool? And they're like, you don't know what that is?
And again, it's like super, like impactful because it like shows you like this doesn't exist in this world, or at least for so long that people just forgot what it is. And it's also when you discover our villain of the game. Before, you probably could guess he's the main villain, but before he officially kind of is the main villain, and that is Kefka. His classic laugh. And you essentially escape Kefka, but again, that castle I think is another really cool part of the game where it is definitely showing like this is a kind of fantasy world, but it has our own spin on it. Like, not only are you seeing a castle, but you're seeing this castle that is almost like a transformer. It can like enclose in and go underground, and you see like a lot of like cool stuff that you, at least I'd never seen in a game like this, or really any setting like this. I'm sure this isn't obviously like the first steampunk thing in existence, but I think for many of us, and for probably many gamers at the time, it was probably one of the first big like steampunk things you had experienced. But and you kind of learn a little bit around this time about Edgar has a brother, Sabin, who kind of forfeited the throne to go do his own thing. And this really starts like ends like the first act of the game, I suppose, where it's like, all right, we kind of have our stakes. There's this empire that is oppressing everyone. We have Terra, who might be the one person in the world who can combat the empire because she can inherently cast magic, something no one believes anyone's ever been able to do before, and we have to stop the empire. And we've seen all Ruby walk in the back. Wave to Ruby.
Hi, Ruby.
But what's everyone's kind of thoughts about like this first part of the game when you first come across Edgar, Sabin, Kefka? Any memories or just overall thoughts?
I find it funny that they freak out about Terra's magic, right? When they're escaping from Kefka, they stand there for a good solid, like, what was that magic? What's that? Like, you do that whole thing while you're trying to run away from the enemy. I just find that to be a bit silly in a good way.
And they do like a Mission Impossible jump off the castle onto chocobos.
Yeah, that's pretty great.
I also love Kefka too. Your first introduction with him when he's just walking, and I'll bring it up here on the stream, where he's walking through the desert, and then he's pissed he's going through the desert doing this mission that he clearly thinks he's way too good for, and he makes the soldiers clean the sand off his boots. And it's just such a, just sets up like what type of character this guy is. And as a kid, I always thought that was like hilarious, just like they're sand on my boots.
In the desert.
And looking at these scenes now, it reminds me of how much I love these character animations, because of course back then you really weren't able to express much through their facial expressions compared to or with their body expressions compared to how we do it now. But back then, this was the way they were able to convey the characters' emotions, by acting so dramatic, like seeing magic and freaking out. And Kefka jumping up and down complaining about sand in his boots. And there's just something unique about these types of character animations that it's a bygone era. You won't really see a lot of today unless you're playing like a game in that style. But one thing to add about these particular animations, to me, Final Fantasy VI always felt different in the sense that, and for years I couldn't really pinpoint what it was exactly, besides the melancholic feel that made it stand out from other Final Fantasies. And I think I realized over the years is that this one feels almost like it's a stage production. Like if you compare it with Final Fantasy VII, that one feels more cinematic, almost movie-like, compared to 6, where that felt a lot more like a stage play in a way. And it kind of lent itself to that, especially in the credits, the way the credits rolled, showing the entire cast that was in the game. And so throughout the whole game, I just couldn't help but get that feeling like this is almost like a play, and considering there's an opera scene in the game, it just feels like that throughout the whole thing.
That's something I really appreciate a lot about the ending. I mean, obviously we're not quite there yet, but that ending scene with them going through the credits and their names being tailored to their scenarios, so creative. The way it's done, the way it's pulled off, it really does feel like a stage play in a way. It's really impressive.
I really appreciate, like, I watched a couple like Let's Plays where people, especially if they've never played the game and they did rename characters, it's such a nice touch to see, if you name the character after yourself, it's like Filbert, portrayed by, and it like gives like the character's name and also lends to that. And I sometimes like you kind of see that really impact people too, where it's just like that that's like a really cool thing.
And to go with the stage play, when you're first you what I'm trying to say, when you first have your split between the characters, the party, the mug comes from a black screen and like, hey, which one will you play as first? I think that's a very charming addition to the game. Like, just walking around and like, hey, which one will you play as first?
And they come
It's
into like
the
that black screen, do
simultaneous
the little,
stories.
little like bow thing, the head nod.
Yeah,
This would to your point. I wanted to add too, when it comes to the sprite animations, that's actually something I had in mind too. I'm still impressed by this game's way, the way in which it conveys a sprite's sort of actions or emotions. And it almost looks like that's actually what's happening on screen. So like when Kefka says, I've got sand in my boots, the way that he positions himself makes it look like the characters are actually like going up to his feet and cleaning his feet. But also, that same sprite animation is used later in the game, and it's relevant to what's happening later in the game. And that happens for so many different sprites. I'm like, wow, they're reusing the same animation, but it's relevant to what's going on in this scene, so it fits the scene.
And I think too, you reminded me too, is this was like one of the games too where you're always used to like these sprite games, them having a couple animations like happy, scared, whatever, and they don't have like a crazy amount, but there's so many they use. Like, it's some of these like SNES era games, just because of limitations of technology, they're often kind of going through like the same like 6 they have to use. And I would have to look it up, but I would bet there's at least a dozen, if not more. Like, there's sometimes where they're like laughing to surprise to like their embarrassed faces. Like, some of them they only use once or twice in the game, and they I think utilize a lot of them in very satisfying ways to, like Miss Moon was saying, to really convey like the emotion and feeling that they're, especially for the time, just getting through with pixels, and are able to leave still like such a strong impact where you are using your imagination to kind of fill in the scene, but they're giving you all the tools you need.
I think it's a really impressive use of space limitations at the time, given that so many games that face that same limitation, I don't know if they use sprites quite to the same extent, or maybe quite as wisely, because you'll see the same sprites reused in games like this, but maybe again just reused because it's convenient, or not necessarily because it fits a scene if it's telling a story, but like, hey, this is one that we can use. And maybe it makes the character look like they're running in the same direction or whatever it is they're attempting to do. But at least the way that I see it, when I watch them kind of do what they do, I'm like, wow, that actually still looks like it's attempting to pull off a character, let's say, laughing or something, right?
And another thing I want to briefly mention is I appreciate how at times they break the fourth wall in a sense, like with the Moogles, for example. The screen goes black, and then here comes the Moogle talking directly to you as if you're a participant. Well, you are a participant in this story. And in addition to that, whenever a new character is introduced, everything kind of breaks. The screen goes black again, and it highlights the character and gives you that general description of who they are. It's a very nice way of introducing the characters that I don't think I've seen since, not just in Final Fantasy, but in other games that I can remember. And I've just always found that like a nice touch.
I mean, we just did Metal Gear Solid, but in a lot of ways it's like Metal Gear Solid, where it's like it zooms in on Snake and shows the character's name and the voice actor.
You know, that's true. Yeah.
Again,
Yeah,
this is very
true.
cinematic, where you're right. It's like first time you introduce a new character to the party, it goes black, shows the character, gives a description about their personality to kind of give you that first, all right, what can I expect from this person coming forward? And I think those are, I don't think I really thought about that much until now, but yeah, those lend a lot to this game. Like if they cut those from the Pixel Remaster, I would be very upset.
Yes.
You know? But I guess going on with that, we mentioned you get to the scene where eventually your crew of Edgar, Sabin, and you get to, they're called the Returners, basically like the faction fighting against the Empire, and they're trying to recruit Tara to their cause. And it puts a lot of pressure on Tara as a character, where she is, it's kind of your classic, like what's the term for it? Chosen one, but she doesn't want to be. She's been thrust into all this. She's still very much confused who she even is as a person, and is almost like, probably feels like she's in a position of like, how can I even make this choice? Like, I don't know who I am. And you're essentially asking me to like save the world and fight for your side.
A reluctant hero, I think,
reluctant
is the trope,
hero,
right?
yep. And then shortly after this, the Empire's coming to attack. They're trying to kill the leader of the Returners, Bannon, right, is his name, I believe. And you come across, you are going down this raft, down this river on your escape. At the end of it, ends with a boss fight with Ultros, our friendly neighborhood octopus, who is kind of a recurring villain. Very kind of silly, out of place. He comes back a couple times in the game. But this causes a party split. And like Shadow was saying, Mog comes off screen. And it gives you 3 scenarios that you get to play in your order. One is you follow Sabin as he gets washed down the river. He eventually gets comes across Cyan, Shadow, the ninja that you can recruit for the first time in this part of the game, which he can leave. You gotta, like, you can't linger too much. I remember as a kid trying to level, and then you'll sometimes leave. And then Tao, and that part deals with you find out more about Kefka and stuff, and we'll cover that in a little bit more detail. Then you have clearly the shortest, which is just the rest of them on the raft with Bannon getting back to Narsh, which is really hardly a scenario. It's basically just walking up to this town. And then you have Locke, where he is sneaking into a town that's basically been captured by the Empire, and comes across Celeste, who is being beaten in a basement and is apparently considered a traitor by the Empire, and Locke looks to recruit her to the cause. So much like Mog, I'll leave it up to whoever wants to pick first. Which of those scenarios would we like to touch on first? Blue, it's thrusted on you.
I did Locke's first,
All
so we can talk about that one. I recall that it took me a fair bit of time to work through it, because you kind of have to figure out the pattern, which is like, find the merchant guy, you get the merchant guy's clothes, you have to use that to get a soldier guy's clothes, and you have to backtrack a bit. I forget what you have to do. You have to find another merchant, I think.
You have to get
Then-
like the lieutenant's clothes then.
Yeah.
If-
So having no predetermined knowledge of how to do this took quite a long time
Yep.
because the town has a bunch of confusing buildings that all have like weird double basements and like rooms that you sort of can get to, and if you ever like talk to the wrong enemy, they'll attack you, and like the Magitech guys will just delete you, and then you have to start over. So yeah, the scenario took me quite a long time to actually like work my way through. It wasn't like super frustrating at the time. I just remember being a little lost and being like, I'm not sure where, like the game like sort of tells you like, oh, there's like a guy that you, what is it, like the there's a dude who like drinks cider or something,
Yep.
and you have to go find a cider. So the game like tells you kind of what you need to do. They just don't tell you where it is, and that town is like one of the larger towns and more confusing of the towns.
I definitely feel like this game has a handful. There's not a ton, but there's a handful, and this is one of them. You could almost call like mini games, and this is almost like one of them where it's like kind of a puzzle. Like there's areas to get access to, you like the cider thing. It's like the guy won't let you buy until you bring him cider, so it's like you have to find out like where you get the cider, get it there, and find out whose uniforms you steal to kind of get more access. And it does that a couple other times in parts of this game.
I still quote the uniform stealing stuff that Locke does with my cousin all the time.
Oh yeah, remind me of
A little
it.
too tight, but the price was right. I don't remember I think he just said like it's a little too big, but oh well. But
Yeah, each one he has a different, like if it's tight, but yeah, that's right.
The quip says he's robbing people.
Yeah. And you always see the guys like in their underwear, like covering, and then they always run away.
And they run away.
I love that it actually shows their name at first, and then it turns into birthday suit. It's so good.
But yeah, so that scenario, for the most part, it's essentially straightforward as far narratively. Then you come across Celeste. What were your everyone's kind of, I'm probably focusing on Blue just since it's his first time playing the game. What were your kind of opinions when you first come across Celeste? Did you feel like there's anything up with the character? I do still always remember like Lockie, like when it first comes across Tara and hears about her, he wants to be like the knight in shining armor, and then he comes across like essentially another woman who's kind of in trouble, and I remember as a kid kind of picking up like, this guy's kind of trying to be a player.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like Tara's like Celeste.
Yeah. I thought it was interesting that they were, and they kind of do this at another point in the game. I can't remember if it's before or after that. I guess it's at the same time technically, because it's when Sabin is doing his shindig. So probably planned. But they're definitely like painting the Empire as like not a monolithic organization where everybody is evil in it. Although in that situation, like Celeste is presumably being treated as a traitor, probably because she refused to do some horrible thing that Kefka told her to do or whatever. I don't know that they ever explore exactly what she did to be classified as a traitor, but yeah. I just picked her up as a new party member at that point. I was like, all right, the more the merrier.
More is merrier.
I think it's very interesting that she's a very high rank in the enemy. She's the general. So having someone like her at the returner's side is pretty nice for him. And she can magic too, so there's a mystery there, like, why can she use magic if magic is like totally gone from this universe? So I think it sets up a cool scenario with that, and clearly like Locke being that Rizzler like he am, like, but you see there's like spark of chemistry like right off the bat, so That are also fun to see where that's evolving into.
And I know for me as a kid, it was one of my favorite sections, part because there's like not a lot of combat, and you get to essentially usually choose when there's the combat, and it is, especially putting myself back in this time, like this is a very like narrative heavy section where you can just walk around, talk to people, pick up information, you choose your fights, and you start to discover like interesting characters and more like lore and information about the game. And I always remember really appreciating like this part. Like I always like playing it or watching my brothers play it. And especially as a kid too, I had a lot more patience, where it's just like, if I stuck in that, like I get to that spot pretty quick now, I just have it memorized. But as a kid, it's just like, I might be running around that town for an hour, but I'm 9 years old and I'm playing a video game, so I'm happy.
Checking all the clocks and barrels.
Yep.
Some goodies.
Yeah, going, always looking for all the hidden loot. All the clocks lift the elixirs. So next, probably the more interesting one to talk about is then Sabin and his path, where you end up finding out that Kefka has this, well, before Kefka, there's another general, has this town, this castle under siege, and you discover Cyan, who is a great warrior. Your first introduction to him is he's doing like an honorable duel, defeats the other leader. And I love that section of the game too, like when they put the castle under siege and the guys are just running up and like essentially like punching the castle and like jumping on it. I thought that was like so funny as a kid.
It looks so silly.
It looked,
And how the defenders were defending outside the castle.
yeah, I'll try and jump up to that part, but yeah, definitely a part that always sticks out to me. And then you find out Kefka takes over the siege, and you see like the first directly like just evil thing he does, and that's poison the river. And he ends up killing everyone in the castle except Cyan, and it causes him to go on this furious attack, just putting his life is forfeit to him. All that matters is trying to get revenge on Kefka. And you end up teaming up with him and Sabin, and this also starts the first kind of reoccurring joke and narrative plot of Cyan is horrible with machines. So he's essentially a boomer. Doesn't know how to use technology.
Yeah.
He gets in a magic tech armor and he's like going out of control, going crazy. And you keep chasing down Kefka and fighting him. Speaking of quotes, a quote we always used to say, me and my brothers, is like, every time you fight Kefka and you like would beat him in a little section, he'll run further and they'll keep telling him to wait, and he's like, wait, what am I, a waiter? And he just runs off. And but
I wonder what they said the Japanese, if it was the same thing, because earlier on when you talked about him wiping the boots, I think he, like, when Edgar plunges the castle down, he like calls him like a son of a submariner, which just seems like a very quote.
Very unique to the Super Nintendo script. That is what's known as a Woolseyism from Ted Woolsey, the translator.
So localization and not true to the thing, but
yeah, because I don't know how true this is. I played a couple. I remember playing like a translated version, like ROM, way back in college, like 2009, 10. But I was always told the Japanese version of the game, Kefka actually said "son of a bitch," or like when he's in the desert, he I forget what he says in the Super Nintendo version, but he calls Terra a bitch. And I remember my brothers telling me, like, in the Japanese version he swore, like way back in like the late 90s. And then I remember playing like a fan translated version where it had like swears and it was like, this is what he really says. But I never knew if that was true, or if that was just like someone who's just like, oh, I'm just making him swear because like he is swearing, but I don't know if he actually in the Japanese one or not.
A slight digression is my understanding of the Japanese language is somewhat limited, but I did go there, and words that are translated as swearing are kind of like softer in Japanese, so they don't translate one-to-one per se, but that's commonly how they're translated like into Western languages. So like that's how someone would translate it, even if that's not really, the core meaning in Japanese per se.
In the Japanese script for the Super Nintendo version, what he really says is, I will pay you back for this. So he doesn't say anything like son of a bitch or anything like that. He just says, I will pay you back for this. And that's kind of what it was sort of changed from into son of a submariner.
Which son of a submariner is
point
still
So
S
good.
tier insult.
The translation almost makes him sound childish in a way compared to other translations.
Did they
Which
change it in the remaster?
Yeah, even in the remaster, it still retains some of that like immaturity.
They changed some stuff. I forget specifically if they changed that or not in it. I know
This
there's
is
a
one of
few
those
lines that were
features.
changed in it.
This is kind of one of those rare instances where the translation lends itself to the character and almost kind of adds character to them, because it portrays Kefka as sort of this childlike person. But given the events that unfold in the game, what he says and how he reacts in that moment makes sense with what he achieves. He achieves this sort of godlike status, almost like a kid would want to do.
Yeah, definitely, because I think it is like one of those things where now sometimes the translation is more appropriate. Like it makes more sense because not everything can or even should be like one-to-one. But
Yeah, and there's a lot of discussion around that with a lot of games where people say, oh, it's not a good translation, not specific to Final Fantasy, but you see this with lots of different types of media where it's like, oh, it's not a good translation because it's not a transliteration, or maybe it's too literal or whatnot. And that, that's a whole different argument. But in the case of Final Fantasy VI, there's something to be said about looking at the original script, knowing what they're saying, and then looking at the US script and then seeing it for what it is and being like, wow, this actually adds character to that person. And looking at the Japanese script, in a way, it almost kind of feels a little bit held back because that they're not saying that in the original script.
So it's like the opposite kind of I think of like Victor Ireland with like work designs. I mean, there's
Right.
like a project like unworking designs because they just like
Right.
throw random stuff, like kind of one-liners, like you should have ate your Wheaties, kid, and like Lunar.
Which is funny because it's like, yes, it adds character to the character in the game, but does it fit their personality for the game?
and then we end up as you continue on through the story, Cyan and Sabin come across Tao, kind of wild monster kid, and you need like his help to get his treasure to basically travel underwater. But or I would actually jump forward a little bit. Before you get to Tao, you get to you're going through the forest and you come across, essentially accidentally board the Phantom train. And it's a train that transports the dead to the afterlife. Has one of the most epic moments in the game where Sabin can suplex the train. Though there's some iterations of the game that they don't let that happen, and that is criminal in my opinion. I want to say, can you suplex? It's like I think the iOS mobile version you can't. I don't know if you can in the PS1 version. but
You can in the PS1 one.
so you can't. Yeah, I think it's the
Yeah.
mobile version they did where you can't like suplex the train for some reason, and maybe the GPA Game Boy Advance one too. But you,
I'm a little bummed that they renamed it to Meteor Strike, which
I know.
unfortunately it is its official name,
Yeah.
but no longer Suplex.
it's always suplex to us.
City.
Yeah.
But
And Bum Rush is Phantom Rush.
Yep.
And did they change Pummel too to something else?
Yes. Yeah. It wasn't called
Hurrah.
Humble. I forget.
Yeah, it was like.
And so you call it Gao Tao? Did you change the T to a G or?
I always call him Taz. Is what I'll
Oh
always
right,
name
Taz.
it. Yep.
Tao.
It was really halfway.
And then you could also use a Phoenix Down, or I'm not sure if it's all versions of the game. I know definitely for Super Nintendo, you could use a Phoenix Down on the Phantom Train to kill it instantly, since it was like undead.
Really?
And I was joking about that because I was new to Magic when the set came out. So I went to these pre-release events and I was like, "Oh, can I like use the Phoenix Down to or like But there was a suplex card for that and stuff like that. And I think people said there is like Magic mechanics for that type of stuff, anyways. I'm like, oh, okay, wasn't as special as I thought it was.
Yeah, there's a couple little tricks you can do with some bosses, or like there's a couple magic combos you can do. Like you can I'm getting mixed up because they like renamed so many of the spells, but you could cast Invisible on people, then cast Vanish, and that would like essentially insta kill a lot of enemies in the game.
I don't know if it still works for the Pixel remaster, but you're thinking of Vanish Doom.
Yeah, Vanish Doom, that's what it is.
Yeah.
And it would like a lot of enemies that was just instant kill.
It's so interesting because Vanish Doom was the result of a bug that was left in the game, because it's not intentional that happens, but it overrides a boss's immunity to death check, so it works. And it's funny because the game actually has a move like that in the game, but it's so almost impossibly difficult to pull off legitimately that you'll almost never see it.
But after you defeat the train, whether suplexing or casting a Phoenix Down on, I think it does have one of the more emotional, impactful moments where Cyan sees his recently deceased wife and son board the train, and is trying to chase after them, and they like his wife says, "I love you." His son says, "I'll look out for mom." And you just really have this like somber moment of, again, with the limited pixels and animation they have in this game, of you just feel it when he like looks down and it like fades out, and just even as a kid just left an impact. Like like yeah, it's
such a
just
good
bummed me
scene.
out.
It's so good. I love how in that scene he's looking down. You can't even engage with him. You can walk around him, but he's just kind of like staring down. No dialogue, and you can hear the sound of the train actually slowly fading out as it goes away.
It's a very good executed scene. Really like that part.
And after this, that's when you recruit Gao and end up using his treasure to get back to Narsh to the rest of the party, where you have like your first big like showdown of the game. And the game does this a couple times. I think, was it 3 times? Where it's one of the, you can split up the party into 3 groups, and you're defending the Esper from Kefka and the Empire. And you can fight all the soldiers, but the main goal is you have to defeat Kefka. And I guess I always thought this, again, was a cool scene. It goes back to what I mentioned earlier. It's like one of those like almost like mini games in the game, where it has like this little section that just plays a little bit differently. You have like strategy elements of how you deal with it. Because again, you can just run up and just deal with Kefka and just kind of like dodge all the soldiers. But generally, when I play it, I'm one of those people like, I want the XP. I'm just running up fighting every soldier, usually with like my main party. just to level up.
I really like they do this because in this part of the game you have more than 4 characters, which is the party limit, which means you can use more character in battle, quote unquote. So it feels like the whole team is working together than just sitting on the bench like, yay, go, main team, hooray, you did it. They all contributed to protected Esper, and I really like those moments in the game.
Yeah, Shadow made a good point how throughout the entire game it makes use of that dynamic of splitting the party apart and actually making them feel useful instead of you just picking and choosing who you want to do these battles with. And I do like that approach. It really adds variety and keeps the whole party involved and not just certain characters that you favor.
I also think it's rewarding too as a player where you just went through this very structured part of the game where you had to use these specific characters, and this is like the game keeps giving you tastes of this really into like the second half where it fully opens up of like, here's a lot of freedom, like here's a bunch of characters now, equip them however you want, party them up however you want, and like experiment a bit. And it's almost like it's given you drops of, you're eventually gonna get to part of the game where you get to build parties however you want, use whatever characters you want, and it's just like, here's bits to experiment with that before we just let you run wild with it. And there's like areas where it's like, they're going to force you to use these characters, like specific characters, so you can kind of learn how they are, their personality, their mechanics, until eventually you're going to play however you wish. Because I do think that is a weakness sometimes with modern RPGs, is you're sometimes like, you don't give a character a chance you otherwise would have liked mechanically or narratively. And this is like a really cool way of like forcing you sometimes to use characters, knowing eventually it's going to open up. But after you defeat Kefka, you approach the Esper, and you have the scene where it almost kills the entire party, almost like sends them all off this cliff. And Terra is like communicating and has this connection with the Esper, and ends up turning into essentially a monster and flying off. And I know for me, like the scream yell she makes, like always stuck with me. Like that is an element of sound design, just they just nailed it, especially on a Super Nintendo game. And she flies off across the planet, and your next object is, we gotta find her, we gotta track her, find out where she went and what just happened.
That is, I just want to briefly say that is one of my favorite parts of the game. It's just seeing her transform, and then just like you said, that scream just comes out and she goes out of control and just starts flying like without any sense of direction over the world map. And one thing that this game does really well is giving you an overhead shot of the world map. There's a lot of scenes where it just shows whether it was Terra just flying all over, or in the airship when you're going from one place, from point A to point B, where you're not flying the airship. And it's these shots of the overworld that I feel like this game paid a lot of more attention to than other Final Fantasies, where once you're in the air, you can just fly yourself from point A to point B. But there was something about these shots that felt more, I don't want to say cinematic, that's not the right word, but it just really gave you a different point of view.
I feel like they have a lot of energy. I still distinctly remember playing Final Fantasy VII with my brothers, and you get the airship, and my one brother's flying around in the airship. And then we were playing like Final Fantasy VI sometime later, and my one brother flying the airship in 6, where you can just go so fast up and down. And I still remember being like, man, this is something 7 just does not have. is just like the energy of like the overworld map of cruising around and flying up and down and exploring, and that's why I always kind of felt it was like it just a different tone.
What I really like about that scene is that shriek and her just kind of taking off into nowhere. But also, it's like the sense of speed that you get in that scene is the game had never really conveyed any character or really any object moving at that speed. And when it showed you her just flying through the world at like breakneck speed, total chaos, it really kind of almost makes you like, it kind of sends shivers down your spine because you're like, whoa, what the heck?
And this, like I was saying, eventually leads to you tracking down where she went, and she goes to this town called Zozo, which I think for a lot of people is a very annoying town. It's that first time you get to, I guess, other than the very opening of the game, where it's like there's enemies and you can be attacked. And it is quite challenging, like the first time you get to it, till you kind of level up a bit.
Did anybody else brute force the chainsaw combination?
I had,
as a kid, I definitely did.
I used to have it memorized, but it's one of those things I forgot. But when I was streaming, when I was playing through that part just recently, and I had Pixel in chat, I'm like, Pixel, what's the time?
I need to know.
And he's just like,
So I think it would do a click each time you like got one, so you could just cycle through the first one until you heard a click and be like, okay, that's the first correct one, and then kind of go. And I definitely did that because I was like, I'm not going to talk to all the different people.
I just Googled it and and entered it.
It doesn't help either that
kid, but...
it doesn't help either that that town is known for having liars. Everyone in the town is a liar, so no matter what you do, you will not get anything useful.
And when you discover Terra, you find she's with essentially an Esper, and you discover that her backstory, and her father was an Esper and her mother was a human, and the Emperor basically invaded the sealed off Esper land. I forget how old it must be like 2 decades ago in the game time, because Terra's she's probably like 20 or something, 18, and is to basically harvest Espers because they can possess magic and zap the magic out of them, and that's how characters like Celeste can cast magic. Is they're basically draining these beings of their life force to ingrain magic into humans again, which was part of the cause of the War of Magi referenced in the intro of the game. This super destructive war 1,000 years prior, and Terra is confused. She's still kind of in her monster form, and you basically have to like give her time to kind of calm down, come to terms, and basically like regain her mind again. So yeah, again, I'm gonna kind of go back to you, Blue, since you're kind of the fresh eyes on this. What were kind of your thoughts coming into something like this? Because I do think there's definitely some tropes going on here, but especially for the time, I do think it was a lot more unique of a story. It still is fairly unique, but how did you feel like kind of starting to learn this backstory?
I thought it was interesting. I liked that they kind of give you a little, again, it's not exactly a mini game, but it's kind of a story digression, flashback type situation where you get to kind of play as her father and kind of see things from that perspective. It's just purely a story event that you're walking around in. And then, of course, it's pretty heart-wrenching. I mean, it's building up for a tragedy, right? That occurs later on. So, in that moment, it's pretty interesting. I didn't think it was too tropey at the time. So,
what's everyone else's kind of thoughts about like as you kind of learn about this backstory between humans and espers?
Nothing more, and I find it to be interesting, and the conflict with Esper and humans, and to have Terra, which is both, like her father was a Esper, her mother was a human. It's like there's hope for those to coexist one day, but right now it doesn't seem like that will be any day. So I think that's a good plot point they had made there.
I was trying to think of any tropes. At first, my mind went to like Romeo and Juliet. I was like, no, that's not really it. And they kind of do that in the opera, anyways. But I was kind of thinking, as Shadow was saying, that kind of like Pocahontas, that type of deal, where it's just like two clashing, kind of, I guess, but I wouldn't really say empires, but like
cultures,
two different,
kind of.
Yes, a huge culture shock type deal.
Which
was weird in this case because it seemed the people with you'd imagine like the Espers are kind of like, I don't know, like almost like nuclear weapons in their own right, and somehow they kind of got, I don't know, it just felt like they just had like a moral, like where they didn't want to fight or whatever, and that kind of led to their downfall. But it would feel like they could easily overpower what mankind, I guess, had at that time.
I do think that's like, if there is kind of a plot hole or something that was just kind of overlooked, I do think that is it. Like the Empire just kind of comes in and just starts capturing them like willy-nilly, and you do find out later in the game too, like the War of Magi was like so powerful because, again, the Espers were used as like these weapons to fight each other and making like alliances, and they, like, Emperor basically wants them out of like this inherent like greed of power. Like, we can't cast magic, we don't have this innate ability, we're gonna take it from these people who do. But yeah, I do always think that is, I remember as a kid kind of being confused, like, these people can cast magic, why are they just getting like knocked out and captured? But
they didn't even feel like they had to use like Terra as a hostage or any type of that, where like they gave up for a different reason. But
and they explain it a little bit, like when the Espers get out a little bit later in the game, where they talk about like when they come into like our world, it's like they kind of lose control because like they damage a bunch of stuff, and you kind of find out like they essentially like weren't in control. And so there's like this like change in going from like one world to another that affects at least them. But yeah, I think they should have, like, if you're to redo this game or like add a little bit more, I think you would add a little bit of like the Empire kind of has some type of device or something to give them some type of leverage or control. Because otherwise it's just kind of like they're just like, we just need to seal the gate.
like almost like X-Men 2, where they had like that mutant that they kind of like,
could like shut down other mutants' powers. Where
like somehow they got a hold of like one of those. That would be my.
It is something I think about every so often as well, and I do wonder why they didn't really defend themselves too much. Obviously, they had the Elder cast a seal spell and seal the gate, and he said in the game that only he was capable of doing that. But at the same time, when all these soldiers were kind of pouring through the gate, it's like, well, why didn't they really do anything about it? My headcanon was always just that there were too many soldiers, but even then, it's like, well, you still can cast magic. I mean, what happened?
I wonder if maybe if like they've been pacifists for so long, or such a peaceful enclave, that like these weren't like in that mindset.
My guess is that the War of the my guess is that the War of the Magi was something that they really didn't want to reignite, so they purposely chose to be pacifistic to sort of avoid that from happening. But again, it's never really stated, and that's really something you can just kind of suppose would happen, I guess.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's always been my kind of headcanon. It's like if they know they start casting magic, it's like they'll almost go like animalistic, where it's like, if we defend ourselves, we are gonna
Oh,
harm a lot. But yeah, it's definitely not ever felt like touched on.
I also think this is a nice contrast between the pacifist of the Esper and the power-hungry humans.
Yeah, definitely.
That's true. That's true because I actually really like how they're pacifistic as opposed to the humans. But it is something that makes you kind of go, why didn't they defend themselves though? There has to be a
Yeah.
reason, right? Is it because of the War of the Magi? What is it?
I believe so, and like the Esper is the one with power, so those like in sense would be the one who wanted power and rule the world, right? But they don't. They just want to have chill lives, just doing their everyday. Don't want to bother anyone. Then the humans, which should been living in peace since they don't have power and stuff like that. But they want that power to rule over each other, and I think that's a very creative and good dynamic.
Yeah, it definitely does work as a theme. But yeah, I think again my hang up to it's like it's not even just like the Emperor's just coming in and like punching people. It's like they're literally like kidnapping people. It's like if your like family was being kidnapped, even if you're a pacifist, you're probably not gonna just be like, I'll just lock the door. You're gonna be like, they just took a bunch of her friends and family. Like we need to try and do something. But
there is something to be said about that because like if they're having soldiers like abduct people through the gate and then they go through the gate and they lose control of who they are, would they still have a chance to save them anyway?
Yes, but they do get control of themselves though. It's
eventually, yes. Yeah. Eventually, yes.
And and this is again my interpretation is when they finally did leave the gate, that was them like angry, especially probably almost I'm looking at as like the ones of them that are like, no, we're fighting back, of probably like all this raw emotion and stuff coming out.
Yeah. And I don't think it's easily explained insofar as, oh, as soon as they leave their world, they lose control. I do think that there is an element of anger there because that's kind of how I interpret it too, is that when they, exit their world and go into the human world to essentially go after Kefka a little bit later, they're doing that purposefully. That's out of anger.
And they probably at that point too quickly see like that not only are they being captured, but they're being drained and killed. Like it's like the people are going to rescue, like a lot of them are just dead at this point. And dead from probably a pretty horrific means. But real quick, we need to talk about the opera scene. So in the meantime, as you're waiting for Terra to recover, you go to the opera because you discover Celes looks like a famous opera singer, and you need to get to another continent using it, and the only way to get there is one of the few ways to get there reliably is an airship, and there's only essentially it's I always assume there's probably more, but it's kind of implied that there's only one person with an airship, and he strangely wants to capture this opera singer and like force her into marriage. So you come up basic with the plan where we're gonna put Celes on the stage in place, so when he comes to capture her, we can commandeer the airship and go to the Empire. And I think this clearly leads to many people's favorite scenes, but if not your favorite scene, probably one of, if not the most iconic scene of just the Super Nintendo era, in my opinion. And I always like to tell people this was like probably the first time I remember watching a game get played. And I still to this day am not like a super big music person, but this was like the moment I remember watching this get played where it's just like the impact that music could tell a story, not just even a video game, like movies, and left a major impact for me, and was like something that I always was frustrated. There's only 3 saves on the Super Nintendo, because I was always adamant with my brothers, we need 1 save before the opera scene so I can go back and like replay it. So we usually would keep, sometimes someone would overwrite it and then eventually would have to someone start a new game, but we always try to keep like 1 save at this part. So it's like if we ever wanted to, we could go replay it, because especially before the era of YouTube and stuff, if you wanted to like listen to this or see it, like you had to like almost just play the game. So yeah, I guess whoever wants to take the floor first, and just talk about this part of the game, go ahead.
This was the thing I foreshadowed when we started this episode, and how this was improved by the Pixel Remaster. This scene looks like it's part of the H2 2D remake, and if that wasn't enough, Celeste sings with a voice.
So-
It's so beautiful.
So I am in this boat, and I don't know how everyone else feels. I almost I agree with Miss Moon. I think the OST, they nailed it in this one. I still think I prefer the original opera scene. I wish they would have remastered it and still not have done straight singing. Still have done the vocals through just like audio tune like they did in the original. I wish they didn't actually have voice. I by no means hate it, but I love the essentially like the music in this one. But I almost wish they went with that retro, like, for better or worse, like Animal Crossing type speak for the vocals.
So you mean like by doing it that way, you can kind of use your own imagination and like imagine what the voice sounds like to you?
Not
That makes
even
sense.
what the voice kind of, because it's like one of the things that was so impressive to me as a kid was once I like read the lyrics and would play this, like I could listen to the music of this game, like the opera scene part on the SNES version, and know the words. It was like almost like I learned a new language, where it's just like
Oh.
I didn't need it to be like sung out in English, and I just, for me, that aspect was like so cool and important, because again, it almost just, for me at least, it was like listening to like a song in a different language, learning the lyrics and being able to appreciate it. And it was just so Super Nintendo that I by no means am disappointed or hate like the new, like the Pixel remastered version is fantastic, but for me it's just a preference. I almost wish they would have tried doing like the old school lyrics.
I get what you mean. If this helps, you can listen to that song in different languages from the Pixel remaster. I think they have like French, Japanese, and Italian. And I do want to say
Italian with
Yeah,
for being
that-
an opera.
yeah, the Italian version is the best one in my opinion. So if you want to like hear from a different language other than English, that might help. But I get what you're saying though.
That's
Have-
impressive that they have a song that's sung in different languages.
Dreamy, have you heard the new version?
No, so I only know the version that you're kind of talking about.
Yeah. So yeah, you have to hear. So the new version, they did actual lyrics. So they have a girl actually sing it.
I'm wondering if I
Yeah,
like
but-
the new OSTs, because I think was it Blue that said that he thought this was like how did they get this on Super Nintendo. So I'm excited to kind of hear those. 'Cause I think I'll definitely pick it up. I was gonna ask at some point, like, do you guys think it's the definitive version of everything that's out, or do you kind of still prefer the SNES, other than like those, like you said, like with the voice for the opera scene? But like, because when I first saw the Pixels things, I thought the sprites looked a little skinny. So I was just kind of like waiting to purchase it for at a later date. But
it's hard. I have so much nostalgia with the Super Nintendo one. It's hard, but I would probably say yes. I do, as much as I love the old school music, I do think the music in this is better. 'Cause it's like one of those things where there's a lot of stuff from the 90s in video games that was the way it was, not because it was like the designer's intentions, but it's just that was just the limitation of the hardware and software. But one of the big things for me, every time I replay through this game, I think I'm always just gonna have that 2x10 XP and everything, and that just makes the pacing so nice. I beat this game, I think, in like 24 hours, and that was like perfect for me. When I think a normal run for this for me would be like probably 10 more hours on top of that, with like all the extra grinding and stuff. So for me, it probably is.
Does it have like the bonus content like from the GBA, or did it add any like bonus like dungeons or anything like that?
I don't believe it has any of the GBA stuff. I think it is missing. Yeah, I think it's missing like all the GBA and all that.
So I barely remember what it was, but I remember it was something.
Yeah.
I don't really have much of a recollection of the GBA version, but kind of staying on the same note with like the songs and like just all the characters having their own theme songs, I guess, for lack of a better word, like that, and like Chrono Trigger is like what always identified like a character for me, and I liked how they all had their own walk-in music.
I think I feel the same way as you, Filbert, when it comes to the voice. I think it's awesome that they did it. I don't know that I like it. I like the music. I don't know that I really cared for the voice, but that might just have to do with my attachment to the original. What I kind of like so much about the original is that, and again, this is getting into the technical aspect of it, but the Super Nintendo used something called an echo buffer to kind of create this sort of reverb effect that you would hear on the original hardware. So when Celis was singing, it had this echoing kind of noise that almost sounded like she was sort of singing in an opera house. Like its noise is just bouncing around the room, and it sounds like it's just echoing. But that was actually an intentional design choice by Nobuo Uematsu as a result of the echo buffer from the Super Nintendo's audio processor. And I thought that was such an amazing touch, and not a lot of people really look at that and know that. They kind of just be like, oh, wow, that's kind of a cool effect with the voice. I wonder how they did that. And I'm like, oh, they actually went in, intentionally made this sound like it had reverb in some way, and it echoed throughout a large stadium. It was so neat.
I'm super interested though to hear it in different languages, like Miss Moon. I'm glad you brought up Miss Moon. I want to definitely hear in Italian.
I'm very curious about what you thought about that Opera in Blue. First timer.
I mean, I think it was probably knowing that. So I did not realize by this point in the game that there was another, essentially another version of the audio. I just thought that this was like the greatest audio thing that's ever been done on this NES at this point. So I was like, if I had played this 20 years ago or whatever, my mind would have just been blown completely. I would be I think at some point I need to go back and I need to hear the original audio, because it makes me very curious as to what that sounds like, and whether that changes like the tone of the scene at all. Because as it is, it's a pretty striking moment, I think, in the story. So
Did you knew about it beforehand?
that there was an opera scene? No,
Okay.
not at all.
Wow. It's amazing you avoided knowing that. That's awesome.
Yeah,
Especially for a game that has essentially mechs in it.
No?
Did you knew about suplexing the train?
Nope.
Oh,
Oh,
Did
Like,
you
awesome.
use dynamically suplex the train, or did you go through the train without suplexing?
I did not dynamically suplex the train, no.
You
I
gotta
also
replay.
didn't know that you could kill the train with a Phoenix down either, so. No,
and you're
was
running away from the train. That fight's like, that's so funny on so many different levels.
which was the first one that gave you the like a ton of trouble?
the first boss.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the drill motorcycle bike
Oh,
boss
okay.
that I mentioned.
Yeah.
That was like, no, idiot, use runic, and I was like, but I used it and I still died like in one hit. What do I do?
I wonder why they just didn't get off the tracks for the Phantom train, so that we'd stop following them.
They pulled Prometheus, just run to the side.
And then,
It's like,
Oh,
dream-
yeah.
it's like those dreams where you're running away and you just can't escape, right? Like tracks follow you. Magic train.
and then Opera was also the return of Ultros again, which like I'm not
Yep.
sure. I think I remember like in English class, like later in high school, like I learned about like Greek storytelling and stuff like that. And there's like the protagonist, like the nemesis, the antagonist, and I always to this day like think of Ultros as the antagonist. He's like not evil, he's just there to like annoy you, or like he's not working with like the evil empire in any way.
Yeah.
He's just there to cause chaos, like almost like is it Loki in Norse mythology, like almost like that.
He has so many good lines, like when you hit him with fire and you can just ouch.
Seafood soup.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I love that part where he's getting ready to drop that dumbbell onto the stage, and he pretty much has to announce, "It's gonna take me 5 minutes." to get-
Yeah,
to get
right.
knocked
Breaking
over."
the
Oddly
fourth wall again.
specific of you, Ultros.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, Altros, I think this scene above all just shows like he is a drama kid. Because then, of course, when he's on the scene, he's just like ready to just play it up to an audience.
I know, and he wrote a letter that no one even noticed
Yep.
was there.
Octopus royalty. But yeah, you end up fighting Altros. Seltzer comes in, kidnaps our hero, and then you very easily. When I was replaying it this time, I probably have thought about this before, but I just like how they just like jump into the airship. Like it's not explained at all. It just cuts to Celeste being in the airship, and then just next thing, like everyone just jumps up in there. Yep, we got in.
Sorry we lied to you.
And you
Abducted us by mistake.
it has, I think, another really good scene of Celeste is essentially agreeing to marry him if he helps, but then plays into his gambler persona of doing a bet and uses Edgar's two-faced coin. And I always love that once he realizes it's two-faced, he still accepts the deal because he's just like, I essentially was hustled. And then you have Sabin just like, wait, like, was that the coin? And Sabin realizes like Edgar like knew that his brother didn't want the kingdom, and so he just let him go off, be on his own. And I always thought that was like a touching scene too.
Really nice touch that they did that. Really cool.
But yeah, I got this off of Etsy. I got it for me and my cousin because I said we both like Edgar and Sabin, but like it's not double-sided, but it's supposed to be a replica of it.
Oh, that. Well, I mean, to be fair, it's double heads, so because she calls heads. But that's cool. We then, once we have access to the airship, you go to the continent where the Empire is headquartered. Again, not to cover everything, you kind of run around, do a couple things on the continent. And you eventually sneak in, discover that they are zapping espers of their energy to infuse it with magic. And this eventually leads to you going to the gate where the espers are locked behind in their world. And this is one thing I don't, and maybe he can speak on, Dreamy or Pixel, you can speak on this a bit, but you then find out that Kefka and the Emperor follow you to get in the gate, and that Celeste is basically like a double agent. And that's like one thing I've never been too sure on, is she like always kind of denies it, and I was never really sure if like she never really was, and Kefka and they were always just using her and she was just a useful tool in that regards, or if she was but was like the classic had a change of heart when she realized like these are good people fighting for a just cause. But this is that moment we mentioned earlier. A bunch of espers get out, ravage a couple of the towns, and the emperor comes back to you, has arrested Kefka and wants to make peace, claiming the esper, like, we had no clue how dangerous this was. The War of Magi is about to kick off again. I want to stop that. So go talk to the espers and let's come to a peace agreement. So yeah, I guess what's everyone's thoughts like when you first kind of learn about Celeste potentially being a double agent, if you really think she was or wasn't? I personally kind of felt she never was a double agent, but I don't know if there's an actual like canon answer to that.
That was my interpretation as well, was that she never really was a double agent. It's just like Hefka said that in the moment to mess with Locke's head, essentially. Like, sow dissent amongst the party.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. There's also a question she asked Locke if she believed him or not, and if you say I don't know or something like that, she won't speak to you for a good while.
Yeah,
So
I was
I
under
think
that same impression.
So I think she's clean and isn't a double agent.
I had this question a lot when I was younger too, whether or not she was actually betraying them up to that point, and then had a sort of turn of heart. I read up on this, and basically during the development stages of the game, her original script was that she was supposed to be a double agent up to that point. So they changed that. They scrapped that later on, and then made her, really intentionally try to be an actual character that sided with the returners. But the original plot development idea for her was different, in that she was supposed to be somebody who didn't necessarily betray the team, but also didn't really work for them. So kind of more like a shadow plot in a way, but again, that changed later on.
So around this time, when you go, you essentially meet up with the espers, and you also discover at this time there's like a town of people who can use magic, who are descendants of I forget the specifics, but I assume they're long descendants of espers from way back in the day, like essentially probably people like Terra. And you or I might be jumping around, because there's like when you're in that town, that's where you come across Realm and Stragos. General Leo, who was this like noble general for the Empire, and there's a couple scenes where it's like he is kind of questioning the Empire's motives and clearly wanting to do the right thing. Ends up being killed by Kefka.
When he got recalled for Doma, do you think that was like intentional by like the Empire because they wanted to eradicate it faster, and they knew that General Leo would probably have like qualms of poisoning the river and whatnot.
Yeah, I think so. I think I always was under the impression the Emperor understood Kefka was essentially like a lunatic, but he'll get the job done, and he was the tool that you just sent. Like, even if it was something as menial as like going to get this captured agent, it's like he would get it done because he would burn down Narsh to get it. He like, I think Blue is right. Like, they show aspects, and I think if this was like a modern game that was like bigger, like the like the FF7 remake, remaster, rebirth, you'd see more of this. But there's, I think, a lot of moments like soldiers and stuff that do show, like, for the most part, your common person in the Empire isn't like evil necessarily, but there's just clearly people like Kefka who and the Emperor who are not good. But yeah, I think that's probably true.
I always like kept them going back and forth, like, is the Emperor like really bad or not? But then it's sort of like when you get to the next part, I think it's kind of like, oh no, yeah, he was definitely very power hungry. Plus the cutscenes of the Esper and stuff like that. But like, I can never tell because like I think he comes in before the demo part, and like a soldier comes with a letter saying that he's to be recalled. And I was like, did Kefka like forge a letter, or was he actually recalled? And then you kind of wonder if like him and Celis, if they ever like were stationed or something, like, because they were, I'm guessing, separated pretty far, like if they would have ever kind of done their own like kind of Project Valkyrie or something to
like a
to do something. But then Leo just feels like he's way too like Cyan, like loyal to the cause, no matter if it's like really dire and there's like no way out of it, you just going down with the ship.
I feel like Leo, they portray like he would take a stand. I'm thinking more about that part where he's recalled. I think maybe that also shows how the Emperor is kind of pulling the rug over his eyes, where before, like when he needed things to get like go cross that line, like you remove him from the situation. So he's never fully aware of the evils of the Empire. Like, he probably is aware the Empire is doing things they shouldn't, but he always comes off as like the person that's like, I'm gonna clean up the system from the inside. But unfortunately for him, you have the Emperor who is pulling the levers well enough. He just knows how to probably manipulate him, where he's never fully aware, because he does start to like push back there at the very end before he does get killed. And I do actually think, when as a kid, he was my favorite character, even though he never played him. I think connected the most with him.
The rumor that I always heard, because I know you said you had like a rumor where, what's like you said? Oh, that Kefka swore or something in the Japanese version. That I always heard is like, I think if like these people like said like, oh, if you had the game genie, you could play as like Leo, or like you make it so he couldn't die and stuff like that. Because like very early internet, where just people just put like stuff that wasn't true up there, or they're like, I heard of a friend that was
death.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
That kind of stuff.
One thing I do want to quickly say about the Empire, I do appreciate the conflicts of morality within the ranks. I feel like whenever you think of antagonists that are in an empire, essentially, everybody in there is pretty much all bad. They're like this dominant evil force trying to take over the world, basically. But with this particular empire, whether you have General Leo or like Celis, or even Sid, you see these like conflicts going on within them, thinking, you know, are they doing the right thing? You know, this doesn't feel right. And it's just a nice dynamic to see within an empire that, you know, at the head of the rank, you know, there are some really evil people trying to do the wrong thing, basically.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but while the game does kind of allude to the War of the Magi and that conflict, they don't really explore like the politics or the backstory of the Empire as compared to like the other countries in the world. Like, who was the emperor before Gestalt shows up? Like, maybe the empire wasn't always run by crazy people. Like,
it kind of, if you talk to some of the people, and I think a lot of this is more implied than directly said, but it's essentially, I feel like the game kind of implies like each town is its own like country or city, and the empire, they talk about like really within the last like Gestalt's lifetime is like when they expanded, because it's like the other towns on that continent, like the one just recently got taken over. So I've always kind of had it implied like the Emperor was like the one city, and really within the last like decade or two in the game, they started to take over other towns and expand. And it before then, if there were countries, it's like all these cities you can almost think of are like the capital of that area and a lot more independent.
My headcanon is that when they captured Terra when she was a baby, and they discovered what they could do with her, that fueled their desire for expansion. Because initially, I don't think that they had a desire to expand. I mean, and of course, it's never really officially stated, but my guess is that that's what drove them to want to do what they did.
I do remember that they mentioned that Figaro is like an ally of the Empire originally, right? So clearly they were having some like interactions that weren't, you know, just invade the nearest the nearest town prior to
Did
that.
it imply that the Edgar and Savin's father was like killed by the Emperor or Empire? Or I can't remember. Or did you just like, pass?
In the flashback, Sabin says like something along the lines of like, why is everyone saying that dad was poisoned? And
yeah,
I've always, again, kind of context clues. His dad probably was not going to ally with them. They kill the father, and then Edgar, like he outright says it is just like, I'm like the alliance is all for show. Like I'm really with the returners. So I feel like Edgar was smart enough to understand his dad was probably poisoned, and if he didn't play ball, if they're gonna kill the leader of our country, like they probably are gonna do other drastic means. So we play safe face, play ball until we can find out a better way to deal with it. But yeah, when you're in the town, that's when you find out that the Emperor didn't actually want peace, and Kefka shows up and just starts taking all these espers and turning into their what's the name of it? Magicite. And because they kind of discover that when, unfortunately, when you're going through the laboratories, and Sid, kind of the scientist, like for the first time sees them turn into magicite and like realizes like this is a way to kind of permanently get their ability and utilize it. Like before, they were having to essentially kill them, and they literally throw them in the garbage chute, like when their life force is essentially drained. And this is like a more powerful, permanent way to get that. And they use this false alliance to capture all these new espers. I do remember as a kid wanting all of them. Like whenever a kid when I see a new magicite, it's just like I want it. The few times in the game you see one you can't get, I'm just like, oh, what could that magic have been?
This is the first Final Fantasy with espers and magicites. I didn't really play the earlier ones.
Yes, I believe so.
Sure is.
I think maybe newer ones do. I know for a long time it had like the most summons. So this is something, I don't know if you're actually aware of Blue, because it's something I rarely actually use, but when you have an Esper equipped, not only do you learn the magic, but if you scroll all the way down on the magic list, you can summon them. So,
and it's a once per battle.
Yep.
It usually costs like a ton of MP.
Yeah.
And it has like a unique effect.
Yep.
Yeah, I did remember reading that like on the Esper screen.
All
and
right.
It's like, wait, how does that work? But I figured it out.
But then so yeah, shortly after this, the Emperor and Kefka essentially are going to the source of all like magic and power of the world. And you've heard rumors about this through the game, especially if you're doing some of the side quests about the Warren Triad. Like very oversimplification. It's kind of like almost like a creation story for this world. These three beings basically were about to destroy the world, so they agreed to this like ceasefire to put themselves in permanent like stasis to keep balance to the world. Hence why the first game is called The World of Balance. And they have the continent that they're like in. Lift up and fly. You can see the map of it right there. And they're going to, you're not exactly sure, but you know they're going to try and get the power of the Warren Triad. And this is really when the game like opens up. Anytime you can go to a continent, you can do a bunch of like side quests. There's a few you can do, some stuff you can get. But eventually you go up to a floating continent. And again, going back to you, Blue, being a first timer, what were your like thoughts when an entire continent just lifts off from the ground and just starts flying around?
Yeah, it wasn't like crazily jarring, but it was definitely like, okay, we're rising stakes here.
Were you under the assumption like this was the climax, like Act 3? Like thinking like,
no, but it wasn't necessarily a story-based conclusion. It was a level-based conclusion.
right.
It's like there's no way that this game ends with everybody being like potentially like level 20. So maybe that's a little meta, unfortunately, ruining the surprise, but
yeah, so eventually travel around the flowing continent, and have a big boss fight, and get to Kefka and the Emperor. And Kefka, in one of my favorite scenes, tells Celeste to stab and kill the other party members, because basically he uses magic from the Warren Triad to like freeze them in stasis in place. And Celeste walks up to them and turns around, goes back and just stabs Kefka. And you get his like over the top reaction, where I think again in the translated version I played back in college, I remember he's like, "You bitch," and he just like, but he's jumping around, making a bunch of like funny faces, and you see Kefka basically turn on the Emperor. And Emperor, I think this is where it shows like he understood what Kefka was, like a lunatic, but a useful tool. But he was like, this is more, I guess, like my headcanon, is more enthralled with the greed of power and everything he is accomplishing, that he was just overlooking Kefka. Like, this is a crazy guy. Like, he's not that dangerous, but this is the moment where Kefka gets the ability to kill Gasol, and he's trying to essentially zap and get the power from the Warren Triad. And during this, moving the statues is gonna throw the world out of balance, and you end up having Shadow show up to help save the party and pinch Kefka between two of the statues to give you time to escape. And yeah, just a lot to talk about with the scene and escaping the flowing continent. So I don't know if people want to talk about their thoughts, what they like.
Didn't General Leo like hire Shadow or something? He told them like as they were going with Realm and Stragoth, because I think they had to go climb a mountain in order to figure out the location of how to get into the floating continent. But I think they hired Shadow to come. If I'm not mistaken, I think General Leo did it, because it's like Shadow's not very like I'm not sure. At least they portray him as like all the townspeople were like, oh, he'd like slit his mom's throat for a nickel or whatever type thing.
Well,
so the
thank you.
most like unlikely of people, other than he wants to save the world, or he's like, I can't make any more money if the world is gone. It's very interesting that portion.
Yeah, I feel like Shadow is like that typical, like, I'm not gonna ask questions, like, just give me the job and let me know the pay. But eventually when this all started to happen, it's just like, wait, like, I'm not stupid, like, things are getting out of control, and like you're kind of saying, like, what's the point of money if there's not a world to spend it in?
Or I mean, there's two things he loves. He loves money and he loves his dog Interceptor.
Yeah.
Which, like, in the burning, I think the burning the village. Yeah, the burning the village happened where Interceptor did save, in your case, Megan or Realm, pulled her out of the fire of the burning town. Which then I think the townspeople were then being more cooperative to help you climb that mountain and identify where the floating conduit. Because I think they were just like, oh, magic, what is that?
Yep.
You know. And also, I never knew what a blue mage was, like, even years after, until somebody was like, oh, you played 6? It's Strago, he's a blue mage. So I was like, what is a blue mage?
And one thing
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to say one thing I found interesting about this point of the game is I had read an older article from Noisy Pixel, I believe, and they were talking about how this was technically going to be the end of the game. There was no World of Ruin actually planned, but what ended up happening is that they had time in the development cycle, so they decided to add that part into the game, which I found really interesting because I have a hard time imagining 6 ending right then and there, because you definitely feel like character resolutions aren't quite there yet. I feel like that all happens in the World of Ruin, and where they come to acceptance with who they are and, you know, who they want to be moving forward. So I found it fascinating that this was where they
I wonder,
were planning to end.
do you know if that article, if like, were they going to be successful in the original version, or would it still end with like the world going into chaos?
Based on how they were phrasing it, it sounded like they were going to be successful at the end of it. They just wanted to put the cast in a particular bind and make it seem like it was hopeless.
Yeah.
But, you know, they end up overcoming Kefka, and that's the end of the game.
But yeah, thankfully we got this version, because and it's not like a new idea to say this, but I do think this is one of the first games ever, and really one of the first narratives ever that I experienced, where it's like the heroes lose. Like, you get to this point of the game and the world gets destroyed. Like, some of the cities completely get disinhabited. Like, it's, you know, this is like Super Nintendo. Like, cities are like 5 buildings with like 20 NPCs running around, but essentially tons of the population die, and like you fail to stop Kefka. You fail to stop this like literal apocalypse from happening, and it just is like one of those things that, especially as a kid, just left an impact with me, because like the heroes, it's not uncommon to watch like a hero's journey where the hero fails at some point, but it's usually like a failure within yourself that you then overcome, not like something this disastrous, like the quest failed. And it's like, how do you come and overcome a disaster like this? And I know I did talk to Blue a little bit. So when you're escaping the floating continent, one of the easiest things to miss as your first time playing or as a new player is rescuing Shadow, where you need to wait until a timer gets on. It's like 5 seconds, and then he shows up and you jump in the airship. But Blue, you're telling me when you first escaped, you escaped without Shadow, but then you had a restart or something, and then you waited for him, and so you did save him.
I thought it was weird that the game gives you an option to wait at the end. So I was like, oh, this is funky. So I didn't wait the first time, and I just left, and then I saved, and then I rolled back to my old save and waited. And when you wait the first time, when you go to leave the second time, it changes the menu option to like wait for Shadow or something, or we have to wait for Shadow or something. And I was like, oh, okay. So I thought maybe there was like a story, which there is like a minor story divergence basically there, right? Like if you don't wait, then presumably Shadow just never shows up again in the rest of the game.
Yep. If you don't wait, he's dead, and he's not in the second part.
So I elected to proceed with just waiting and went with that that second reality where he doesn't just die ignominiously on the floating continent.
So, as you escape the floating continent, our airship breaks into pieces, and I could have swore I misremembered this, but for some reason, I was thinking 4 years passed, but 1 year passes. Unless that was a change in the Pixel Remaster. Has it always just been 1 year? All right. For some reason, like when it popped up and said 1 year late, I was like, I thought it was 4. But yeah, you see the world literally split apart. Again, one of those cutscenes that always stuck with me, and just I'll never forget how it's playing that music, and you're seeing all this chaos happen, and then it just shows the planet from like space, and it gets quiet, and just again that text just on that day the world was changed forever. Just I think is very impactful. And you wake up as Celeste a year later being taken care of by Sid, and it is explained earlier, like there's dialogue, like Sid is essentially like a grandfather to her, and he tells her like there used to be more people on this island, but it's just them. As far as he knows, they're the last 2 people alive. Everything is withering and dying, and everyone else who lived here either died or literally committed suicide by jumping off like a cliff on the north part of the island. And once she wakes up, he starts getting sick, and you have to feed him fish. And this is probably at least new. So this is again like one of those like little mini games. So you can either keep Sid alive or he dies. So when you go to collect fish, you have to collect the fast swimming fish, like the healthy fish, and feed them to him, and he lives. Or if you just give him, because like the fish, like there's like points in the back end. You might know a little bit more about this Pixel, but if you give him too many bad fish, he ends up dying. But that said, it's like one of those things where I think it's narratively, it's so much better for him to die for the story, where it's way more impactful, because it ends with. So I guess before I go further, Blue, did Sid die or live for you?
He lived.
So he lived. So that's
he got very. It took me several runs to figure out the mechanics of that. He got to. I feel like I'm about to die or something, and I'm like, okay, well, that's not good. Like, he changes what he says every time you feed him, and then you go back. So he got down, so I think he just starts at like, oh, I feel kind of bad or whatever.
Yeah.
But it took me several. I was just like, I guess I just find a fish, and I was like, because sometimes when you go out to get the fish, it doesn't spawn the fast fish. It only spawns like
the slower ones. Yep.
So I was going out and I was just taking a fish and bringing it back every time. And yeah, he got progressively worse until he was like, I feel like I'm about to die or something. And I was like, okay, so clearly I'm not doing this correctly.
So that's super impressive. I think that you did figure that out.
It took a very long time. I remember having to go back and forth to once I figured it out, I don't know, I probably did it like 50 times or something.
So I do think it is more impactful if he dies because it shows Celeste literally lose all hope, and she goes to the cliff and literally, like, with her theme playing, talks about there's nothing left to live for, and jumps to her death, and like tears going down her face, and she ends up crashing into the water, and she washes back up. She doesn't die, but when she washes back up is when she sees a bird land on the beach that someone has tied a bandana to its wing, so it was like injured, and she realizes, like, she like literally calls out to the bird, like, tell me who did this, like, who helped you. And you know, of course it's a bird, it can't talk, but that gives her the hope, like, there's people still alive out there. And then weirdly, even though Sid died, when you go back in the house, there's a letter on the floor that post death he somehow got on the floor that's like, hey, by the way, I built this raft, it's in the basement, use it to live on.
He had a few more seconds of life left,
Yep.
and he just grabbed it.
Let's see
So
what's
I have a question, because in all of my playthroughs, he always ended up dying. In the scenario where you're able to save him, does Celis no longer attempt to commit suicide? Or,
That's correct.
all these years, I had not known that, actually.
And
Yes,
it
Sid
works.
recovers, and then he basically just shows you the raft and is like,
Yeah.
well, I'll hold down the fort here.
Actually, I like
Pretty much.
I like how you keep bringing the fish on screen. He's like out of the bed. He's like, oh crap, you came back, and let me go get back in.
Yeah.
The bed. Like,
Yeah,
you got caught.
I'm always like, you faker.
Yeah.
you're
Yeah.
dying.
And I always
but-
thought Sid's sprite always reminded me of like the peanut butter, like the banana man costume.
yeah. Yep.
It's so funny because I always I saw him do that, and I know narratively it makes sense because it's like, oh, he's out of bed and he shouldn't be out of bed, so he's getting into bed because Celis would want him in bed. But also seeing him out of bed, I'm like, you son of a bitch, you're not sick.
You just want me to get make dinner every night.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I do think it is one of the things that it'll be better without that choice, because I do think it just adds more to the narrative of,
It makes
especially the
Celis
theme. Yeah.
Mhm.
Everything is hopeless. The only person that you know is alive just died. What have you left? That jump with those stairs, that is one of the most impactful moments in gaming for
Yep.
me. Like,
And you miss it
Mhm.
if you don't.
my first playthrough, I just sat there and just, wow, they just showed someone trying to unalive themselves in a video game. That's really strong. And this is in a era like games is for children and stuff like that. So that is pretty heavy to have in a game in the 90s.
It feels like she has the most iconic scenes of the game, because we kind of talked earlier, whereas more ensemble, or who is the main character, and starting here because you're Terra, you started the world of balance with, now you're with Celis, and her having the opera scene, she throws the flowers off the thing, that's pretty iconic, and then also her throwing herself off the cliff. And this one, she has the two more powerful scenes where, as Terra, I think the only thing we really mentioned so far was just when she lets out that shriek on top of the Narsh mountain and just kind of goes to everything. She definitely has scenes, but I just don't think they're as powerful as Celis's.
And I'll agree. Oh, go ahead, Shadow.
Yeah, I do agree with your point where, as I see it, Terra is the protagonist of the world of balance, but Celeste is the protagonist in the world of ruin. And in my first playthrough of this game, I didn't get Terra back on my party because I had no idea how to get her back. She was happy where she was. Let her be. So
So you never even recruited her.
Interesting. Yeah.
That was, I was say, what order did everybody go in, grab their people?
In this run, I did it kind of the way the game directs you to. So you get back, you're on a Sabin, you save him, and then you run into Edgar, and this is like the real structured part where you kind of have to do it in this order. And then you run into Seltzer, and that's when you get the airship at the second airship, and then you can really do anything. But they talk about, you hear about the guy writing flowers, where you find out it's Cyan. So I went and got Cyan, and then he talks about like Gao, he heard went back to train to fight monsters. So then I went and got Gao. And after I got Gao, then I get Gogo because he's right up there. Then I went to Narsh, got Mog, got Umar, and then I think I grabbed Shadow, then Terra, because you have to get the one Esper or whatever, and then you can like get Terra the second time you go back to that town.
And there's something, right? Like you can choose between either saving Mog or getting an item. I can't remember if the item is even good or not, but
it is really good. But you gotta save the Moogle.
You gotta save the Moogle. No, how did everybody else go with their recruitment?
I usually get Terra pretty early. I first go to Mobliz so that she can say, no, I'm not ready, go away. Then, just basically go from there. But as soon as you can get her, I usually do get her, just because she's already pretty powerful with magic. I will say I pretty much always do Locke last, because his dungeon is so long.
Yep.
I was pretty much the same as Filbert. I pretty much went in the direction of where it wants you to go, like get Sabin, then Edgar, and so forth. And so I kind of just stuck with that path. So yeah, it was similar to yours.
And one thing I do really appreciate in the Pixel Remaster, even more, since I played the game in a pretty short span, saying it's starting to like probably halfway through the month, really. It wasn't much of an issue, because one of the issues I sometimes do have with this game, even though I know a lot, is if you set it down for a little bit of time in the World of Ruin, sometimes you go back to it and be like, crap, where was I going? And where, because the game is good about, as you're playing it, when you kind of recruit someone, much of the time they kind of give a hint, like, hey, I heard blah blah blah's over here, or there's this going on over here. But if you sit down for a little bit and you forget that, you can sometimes forget where you're at. And I like that on the world map, towns, the first time you visit one, will light up yellow. So it did make it really nice when I was in the airship, of like looking at the map and be like, all right, yeah, I haven't been to Narsh yet. I haven't been, and because you kind of need to touch each town once, and then you can deal with side quests after that. The one thing I didn't like, it's probably a good thing because it can be mean to new players, is what's Deathglaze, Doomglaze, and
Doomgaze. Yeah.
Doomgaze. He doesn't just randomly attack you now. You have to find his like little spot on the map.
I remember you warned me about that.
Yeah, because I had Blue
I
scared.
I just got super lucky because that never happened to me.
So
I remember I was going back and forth from town to town. I don't know. My recruitment path was probably I did get Sabin first, but I remember I like went to Terra's town, but I couldn't recruit her, so then I left and I like went all over the place. I don't know. It took me forever to recruit everybody. I did eventually get around to recruiting everybody, I believe, but I remember I had to go to Narsh like 4 times because I like did like got to one part in it and then I forget what, I don't know. I remember, I didn't have Locke at the time, so I had to come back and like I couldn't get into any of the buildings.
Yeah.
So I had to leave and come back. Yeah.
But yeah, I saw Blue. I had him all worried because one of the scary things when you first get in the World of Ruin is Doomglaze is a powerful boss, and he'll randomly attack you in the airship. Now, the secret to him is he never recovers health, so he can do damage and then run away. And that's kind of how you're supposed to beat him, is you do damage and chip him away over time. but he is definitely like a scary thing. I think your first time playing the game, because he is very strong. Like when you first get the airship, it's going to be very hard to beat him outright. But yeah, in remaster, he doesn't just randomly attack. You have to fly around, because I was wondering, like, why haven't I ran into him? And then I seen like this portal thing on them. I'm like, what is this? I don't remember this.
Yeah, you ought to do it.
And then I flew into it and like, oh
yeah.
But so it's
yeah,
nice,
he's kind of
but-
scary early
yeah.
on. He uses a arrow, and I think he uses if I remember correctly, he uses like Ice 3 attacks and such. So I
Yeah.
mean, he can
And
wipe you out if you're not careful.
I want to say he starts a lot of fights by casting like Doom as well.
Right. Yeah.
So it's like you'll put like Doom on one or two people, and then they have that countered until they die. And a lot of times you don't have re-raise or anything at that point.
Yeah. And his ATB bar, in comparison to everything else in the game at that time, is very fast. So he gets a lot of turns really quick.
So
I wanted to bring this up a while ago, but like,
Oh, yeah.
you brought up Doom, all the status effects in this game, it's this and Suikoden, and I really like find very humorous. Like, I kind of wanted to be blinded just so I could wear the cool sunglasses.
yeah. Those sunglasses always reminded me of Jurassic Park when Dad gets the poison spit on his eyes. That's what they always reminded me of, is the dinosaur spit.
And the confusion is just like them with like doing ballerina spins like around and around.
Yeah, I do love that you can quickly tell like what the status is, and they all have like different, like from stone to poison. The only thing that is frustrating sometimes is like when you're putting bonuses on your people, and you're like, crap, like because they glow and stuff. So it's like sometimes when you have like haste and then reflect, it's just like, wait, what do they have? And Pixel Remaster, you could like hover over them, and there's like a ticker that would show if they had multiple things, but
Yeah, you're right.
Reflect the healing magic onto the enemy or something.
Yep. I was gonna bring that up because that burned me so many times at this in the latter half, I guess, is the World of Ruin, because that's I didn't remember using reflect rings until this later part of the game, and I remember that screwed me a non-zero number of times, especially because the auto battle will like do the last action that you did. So if you healed last turn and you forget about it and you just leave it, they'll keep healing, and it might heal the reflect ring people. And yeah, it just the other thing that I discovered with the auto battle is it will use items over and over again,
Yep.
regardless of whether they
It
are
makes
useful.
sense. Yep.
So I bought like probably 30 Phoenix Downs, and I was like, okay, I probably don't have to buy any more Phoenix Downs for hopefully the rest of the game. And then like I remember auto battling and coming back, and I only had like 10 left, and it was like,
You know, that's
Yep,
really
got burned on
interesting
that.
to think about. That's really fascinating. I never would have thought about the character like color thing, like kind of being something to think about in the game, because I've always kind of grown up sort of memorizing the colors of the character when they have a status effect. So like if they've got reflect, they're blue. If it's orange or yellow, then it's protect. If it's green, it's shell. And I've always kind of gone off of that ever since. And it never occurred to me that, like, wait a minute, how do you know what this is?
The outline. Now that I get it, like,
Yeah.
I remember the outlines, but I did not remember what they were. I'm just
Yeah.
like, they have
Yeah.
some sort of buff.
It was always color coded for me, so I was like, oh, okay, I'll just go based off the color and I know what it is. Cool. But then what about for people who are playing this for the first time?
Yeah, and then Strago gets like the healing wand, but I think Sabin gets like healing knuckles or something. So you just stab
yeah.
your outlines or
Well, and
your
I
allies.
always love getting the my favorite build with Sabin is getting the 2 claws. You get the thing that lets him attack twice,
Digiglove?
and then the thing
Digiglove.
that lets him like double his attack. So it's like you can have him like do 8 attacks like end game.
Oh yeah.
see, that's interesting because I always just had him doing his
Blitzes?
blitz. Yeah, and I gave that to some other. So usually
And
it was
his
Celis.
blitz is really strong, but if you get his attack and stuff really strong, even if the attacks are doing like 4,000, you're doing it 8 times.
Yeah.
so you can really build, and especially if you super level him, he can get really good. But yeah, and there's a lot you can go over, but there's a lot of combos in this game, from magic to Asper's to items, because there's a lot of items that are character specific. And like I was doing like, again, one of my favorite things to do is I get dual cast on. So I was doing in this game, I was dual casting on Celeste, have the thing that gives her half cost for mana, so I can cast Ultima twice for 40 magic, and then have Go mimic her. So then you have 4 Ultimas go off, like end game. And it's just like, it can just be really fun.
You know, that actually is something I want to ask you, Blue. Did you find the game overall generally easy, kind of middling, maybe hard? What did you think?
It was ups and downs. It kind of did the thing where like the typical like field battles were quite easy, and then the bosses were difficulty spiky, is what it felt like to me. So I did feel like, because yeah, the fights that stand out to me the most were the ones where I was like, okay, I seem like I'm under leveled and need to grind now, which were the bosses. So yeah,
and I think that's how I feel about this game. It's easy until bosses, and some bosses, there's a lot of bosses, there's things to do to really cheese and break, but if you don't know it, like, they're tough to deal with. And I even got to a couple playing 2x, even when I leveled up, even at the end of the game, I was like in the high 50s. I died a couple times in Kefka's Tower because status effects can be brutal in this game, where it's like you're winning a fight and then something casts something, makes 2 of your people become frozen, and then your last person gets petrified, and then you're just watching your people get killed. Yep. And
that's it.
So it's like, if you underestimate, so it's always, I usually like to have at least one person in a party have like some type of amulet or something to negate some of the nasty statuses like zombie, petrify, and same thing like frozen. If you don't know, like, someone freezes, you can cast a low level fire on them to unfreeze them and get them back in the battle. But as a new player, you might be like, oh, I gotta wait for the whole like minute until they unfreeze.
There was another boss that I remember getting a little frustrated with. I believe it was in World of Ruin. It was, I think it's when you're doing Cyan's quest.
Yes.
The end boss where it's like a ghost or whatever, and it possesses one of your party members.
Yeah.
And the only way to unpossess them is to kill them.
Kill them. Yep.
That boss was one of the more difficult ones, where I was like, how do I even beat that? And I thought I was soft locked in that too, because it's again a situation where like you save right before the boss, and then you're in like the weird spirit realm in his mind or whatever, and you can't go anywhere else. So like your choices are beat the boss or like start grinding on the weird like spirit monster guys.
Well, even that, I got confusing for a second, because I was like, all right, I'm pretty sure I remember he possesses, you kill the person, and he possessed, I thought, Taz or Gao, and so I'm like, oh, I just kill him, right? But he actually possessed one of the other characters, but the way it went in, I mistook, so I killed Taz, and then I just kept killing the 2 things over. I'm like, I finally had to pause it and look it up, because I'm like, and then I was like, no, it says you killed him. I'm like, I must have guessed the wrong person, and that's what it was. I killed the other person, but I was like, killing the things like over and over, and I'm trying to like cast like holy spells on them, or I'm like, is it like an item thing? But it tripped me up for a second.
Yeah,
I could totally do that. Sorry, Shadow, go ahead.
I too thought I was soft locked there. Like, I was spending a ridiculous amount of time. Like, why are those still coming back? Like, I had to Google it, and To be fair, I think that boss is kind of bullshit.
That's a tough one too, because even if you're killing your team members, you have to do enough damage to him when he's not possessing somebody. So it's kind of a battle of attrition. Do you have enough items to bring them back? Do you have enough magic to bring them back by the time you kill them?
It also
So-
seems to be kind of random because sometimes he'll sit there and like magic attack you, and sometimes he will only be out for like one turn and then he's back
Right.
possessing someone. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
Definitely like an attrition battle.
Well, I think with that, we can kind of, unless there's any other side stuff people want to talk about, bring that up, or otherwise we'll kind of move to Kefka's Tower to the end of the game. But before that, is there any other like mechanics or parts of the narrative?
I just like to relate it because I know some people are a huge Ghostbusters fan, but like the painting boss to get Realm back and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think I had some difficulty with that when I played through it a few times. And then also because I'm not sure if Blue or people because I didn't know it when I first played it. I've seen other people do it. The story cutscenes, if you sleep in, I think it's different inns with Realm in your party. So I'm not sure if we want to discuss that or let people discover that. I don't know if they haven't, but
No, I think it's good to. I was actually talking to Blue about this a little bit before stream because I knew this was probably like one of those things he would have missed as a new player. But I was just like, did you know that Shadow is Realm's father? And in the original game, they never outright say it, but they say it in Pixel Remaster. But yeah, if you go and sleep at inns with Shadow, there's a 50% chance you see a dream sequence of his past. And you basically find out he went on this big train heist, got a bunch of money. The person he is with ends up getting injured and is bleeding out and wants him to kill him so he doesn't get captured, but Shadow doesn't have it in him. Or I think his name is Clyde. So he ends up leaving him, ends up getting rescued, and I forget the name of the town, but where Realm's from. And basically it's implied the girl that rescues him, they have a daughter because there's a sequence where he's leaving. And in the Super Nintendo version, Interceptor is there, and he says, take care of the girl, don't follow me, but Interceptor clearly follows. But in the Pixel Remaster, he straight up says, my daughter. But
KP
it's
being blown right now. But because it's also like draws parallels to like again when they're in the burning house that like Interceptor's dragging her out.
Yep.
So he's got like some sort of relationship with this
and
person.
he's the only one who can also wear the memento ring that was her mother's ring.
Yeah, it's interesting. In the original game, it's only really implied. The person you're thinking of, Filbert, was Barham, because Clyde is Shadow's real name.
Yeah. Right.
And
we also...
I was going to mention real quick, one thing, Miss Moon, on the PS1 version, you were talking about the CGI cutscenes.
Yeah.
One of the things I thought might be interesting to you is, do you remember that kind of cutscene at the end of the game where it's showing the phantoms kind of coming from beneath the floorboards of the train, and Shadow's kind of like looking around and he's about to attack them?
I do, yes.
In that scene, there's a flash that occurs just before he kind of starts looking around. It only happens for one frame, but in that flash is Yoshitaka Amano's painting of Realm.
Wait,
and
what?
most people actually see that because it's too quick, but it's straight up telling you that, oh yeah, this is Realm's dad.
I'm going to have to look that up because I know the flash you're talking about, and I never noticed that. What?
You said it's only in the remaster pixel, or is it in the Super Nintendo as well?
The CGI only PS1.
Yeah. Anything that has a CGI cutscene, starting with the PS1, you can see it in there. It's very, very, very quick because it's only one frame. But
yeah, when I was looking up the facts I was using for the kept facts on the stream. That was one. I was just like, because I've never played that version, but I came across that.
Wow.
When I looked up, it's like, oh, I gotta watch, pause and look.
Right,
Well,
I'm
that's
gonna
funny
have to
'cause,
do
like,
that.
Yeah, it's funny because like you just see it and you're just like, oh, it's just a flash of maybe to add some kind of drama to the scene, but there's meaning behind it.
I'm checking
is
that
kinda
out
why-
after the stream.
Yeah, it's kind of cool because it's like that's why Shadow kind of snaps to reality is because he's thinking of Realm in that moment. It's like, oh, I
That
gotta.
makes so much sense now. Oh my
Yep.
goodness.
One other side thing to bring up too, at least to just mention, and if people want to talk about it a little bit more, we can. But when you get to the World of Ruin, it has a lot of like little side stuff, especially for the time. Like now, like there's because of it's like required, but there's really a half dozen or so big side things. But one of them is tracking down the 8 legendary dragons, and that I think was always a fun thing. Most of them you kind of just natively are going to come across as you play the game because they're and just a lot of the dungeons you have to go through. But it's cool because each of them basically drops a unique piece of gear. Most of them are very hard. There's a couple that are a cakewalk, but most of them are tough. And then when you defeat them all, you get the Crusader Esper as like the final reward. But did you defeat all 8 dragons on your run, Blue?
Did.
Yeah, because I think it tricks people up because 2 are in Kefka's tower. And really one of the ways to play the game, which I remember me and my brothers did, was once you got Mog, like Shadow was saying, you equip the boots so you don't have encounters. You go to Kefka's tower early and you loot it and you kill those dragons and you leave. And then you do other things to level up.
Yeah, the ice dragon was one of the reasons why I had to leave and come back to Narsh, because I went there and went all the way back and tried to fight the dragon and got absolutely bodied and was like, okay, I guess I came back later.
Yeah, that dragon took me out a couple times too because the status frozen. And I think
very brutal.
Yep. When I got to him,
I think the first
I
time
just
I went
didn't have
to
a good
Narsh,
party makeup for it.
Yeah, I didn't have like Terra or anybody, and yeah, it was didn't have a good magic user, which is rough.
Whenever I'm doing a playthrough and I don't have a magic user, I am always saving before that fight because it still happens to me. I'll get frozen and then I have nobody that has any fire spell, and then I'm like, well, I either gotta wait it out, get lucky and live, or kill him before he kills me.
Yeah, because you get in that loop where it's like you have one person alive with like little HP, so it's like I cast Cure myself, then I got a Phoenix down, and then they're both low, and then he drops one, so I have to cure myself. Raise her Phoenix down.
Yeah,
it's just like I just need a block.
Nightmare.
I just need one block so I can get 2 people in decent health.
And it's like between him using Avalanche and freezing me, and then Southern Cross, and then using Ice 3 on everybody while I'm weak, I'm like, okay, I'm getting overwhelmed here.
But yeah, with that said, you eventually go to Kefka's tower, and people talk about the tower throughout the town, saying how it's like looming, how Kefka shoots like these beams of light all over and just cause destruction. Like we talked about it a little bit, but there's the other tower that has like the cult of Kefka that Stragos had even joined. And you have to have Realm with you to break him out.
Talk some sense into him. Also, you mentioned earlier about like Locke being a player. You learned of a third girl.
Oh,
in
yep.
his romance as well.
Yeah.
Which original was that? Like his original?
Yeah, Rachel.
Girlfriend? Yeah, yes.
Yep. And horror Locke too. It's the game. I was watching someone a couple years ago play through the game, and I'll never forget. She was just talking about like all these like impactful moments, like Seltzer, like when you find out like his girlfriend like died, and she's like, "This is all like so sad that makes you feel like," and then you find out Locke goes back, brings Rachel back to life, and for like a moment you're like, wait a second, like is this gonna cause this like weird like triangle relationship or what's going on? And it's like she comes back to life for like 60 seconds and dies again. Just like this poor guy. But of course, it's like, move on. I forgive you, whatever. So it's not like as devastating, but still, like, it's almost like funny. It's just like, man, he went through like, because she had been like in that state for like a decade or like a long time, and he finally brings her back and gets this rare treasure just for her to die within like a minute.
And I'll bet. Oh, you go ahead, Shadow.
I find it fun if we go to his house before a world is ruined. It's like, here's my dead girlfriend, guys. Say hello. It's like that's the normalest thing ever.
And that makes me wonder, like, does Rachel's father know that Locke has her body down here? I mean, down there in that basement?
Yeah, that raises questions. How did he get this body after he was banned from seeing her? And it's even more tragic because she even like remembered like who he was right before she fell into the coma or whatever. But
it's interesting because his character gets closure, but a lot of questions are raised, like, where is the dad in all this?
Right?
Well, it's also jumping like from girl to girl. I mean, not maybe in that way, but he's kind of like a white knight, like going around.
Yes, but also it's his guilt, and that's really what it is. He's making up for his guilt. That's all it is.
True.
Yeah, I think that's where it does play into it, where that's why he is so protective over Tara and Celeste, is he has all that baggage. But
then we get two brand new characters that weren't in the World of Balance, with Umaro, who's Mog is the boss of Umaro somehow, the size difference and everything. I guess that's just the hierarchy of magical creatures. And then Go-Go, who is very mysterious. Like, you don't know what's underneath all they just have a ton of clothing. You have no idea who's underneath there.
And I was reading, again, when I was looking up facts earlier, so Go-Go I read was in Final Fantasy V as a non-playable character. I don't know like the whole connection and stuff, but I read that there's a character named Go-Go that is essentially like the same character that you can like run into and talk to. But yeah, Go-Go's definitely narratively like the weirdest, because at least I always call him the Yeti, but it's like, all right, it's just a monster that lives in Narsh, whatever. But Go-Go is just like, it's just this weird guy that just you stumble upon. And it's like, yeah, I'll help you save the world. I'm also like one of the most powerful characters.
There's so many like fan theories on like what or who Go-Go is. Like, I've read some really weird ones, like Go-Go is Realm's mom or stuff like that, and I'm just like, I don't know what or who Go-Go is, but welcome to the party.
Yeah, and part of it I do love, like, aspects of like games like this that they can, as long as you don't go overboard. It's nice to just have like these random characters or things like that, where it's just like, who knows, like, come up with your own narrative. Like, there's this weird character who just exists in the world, and it just makes it fun.
And also, how did you wind up in a worm's mouth? Like, how did that happen?
So, Blue, did you get... I'm assuming you must have dynamically just landed over there, probably seen the spot on the map, and just walked around and got in that fight, and it was just like, oh, I just lost. Yep. And then you're, wait a second.
Yes. Well, yes. Essentially, yes. Also, the fights inside the worm are quite brutal, and there was another short stint where I thought I might be soft locked inside the worm, because I was like, oh, if I can't actually beat any of these fights, because they use like super strong magic. The like ninja guys use the scrolls that hit your whole party for like 4,000 damage and junk. And I remember the caster dancer people do something really mean. I forget what they have, like a strong magic of some kind, I believe.
Yeah, there's a noticeable difficulty jump with those guys, even though they're just regular enemies. It's definitely significant.
And that's where the World of Ruin can be a little bit tricky, because like there's a couple zones that you need to be prepared for. Did you ever go to the area north of Vildet with the dinosaurs?
T-Rex Forest.
Yep, T-Rex Forest.
Yep.
Dude.
Every power level's full. Or...
Yep. It's like the best
I don't
area
think
to
so.
level in the game. There's
there
super
any-
hard T-Rexes, and there's a Brontosaurus that's like super scary that can like has a rare chance of casting like Ultima, right? Or because the T-Rexes can cast Meteor, which until you level up is scary. But the Brontosaurus, I think, has like what? It's like a 1 or 2% chance to cast Ultima.
It's like it uses it, I think, after a set number of turns, but also like it has this like basic attack just called Swing, and it does so much damage that like even if you're like level 50 or 60, you're probably gonna get one shot by it.
Yeah.
Huh.
But it's a super
don't-
good spot to level.
I don't think I ever went there. I thought I had hit all the major like towns, like
So-
markers on the map.
Yeah, there's really
But
nothing
if it's unmarked, then I
to go
probably-
to. It's just a specific forest up
Gotcha.
in like the
Nope,
north.
Don't think so then.
But yeah, when if there's nothing else with World of Ruin, eventually get to Kefka's Tower. Probably the most like elaborate dungeon in the game. It's always shorter than I expect though. It's a good length, but every time I go to it, I'm like, all right, this is like super long, but it takes a good amount of time, but it's never quite as the behemoth that I think it's going to be. Though it has a lot of big boss fights. Again, there's the 2 optional dragons. You fight the 3 Warren Triads. There's like the other like big robot boss you have to take out. And it is like the final time where if you've unlocked everyone, you can have 12 people, so you have 3 full groups. And this is again where you really, if you're prepared, you want everyone, at least most of the characters at decent level, decent loadouts, because each group has to pull its weight, and step on buttons to unlock paths. There's a lot of loot. Again, kind of the optimal thing if you are playing the game is you go here early and loot it and then escape through there's like a little whatever, like a crane you can escape back to the airship on. But how does everyone feel about Kefka's Tower? Up to Kefka. For the most part, I got through it. Again, I play this game a lot, but up until this play, I probably hadn't played it in like 2018. So it's been coming on probably close to a decade. I did get kind of confused at the very end. There's where you unlock like the doors, but the person in the middle has to come back out to the balcony and step on a switch to unlock 2 new doors for them to go up. And because I was like, how do these people get out? And I was like, run here. So I did get confused for a little bit, but I'm like, I have to be missing this somewhere. So that did kind of throw me off a bit for a little bit, but I was at least high enough level when I got here in this run and knowing what to expect. I only died, I think, once to one of the bosses, but other than that, I kind of got through everything with a lot of Ultima spam. Like that's just my comfort zone in this game.
I was in the same boat as you, like missing that stepping plate.
Yep.
Like I went forward and backwards, like where I'm going, I have no idea, and was annoyed by encounters because I was just looking for a step plate. But yeah, the Kefka Tower, when you know that you should be leveling up most of your guys, is pretty fine. In my first playthrough, it was a bit rough, but I managed to get through it. But as long as you have the knowledge and level up your characters, it's a fine enough end of the game dungeon.
Yeah, I know. I forget the name of them. There's the I'll see if I can pull them up in my video. So I have a recording from when I was actually playing it earlier. So the thing I'm fighting right now, brought in the stream, the Gamma robots, they're near the end of the tower. They were, I think, the most annoying challenging because they were pretty tanky. Even though they're weak to lightning and stuff, I was only doing like 4,000 damage. But they have powerful attacks, and usually they're one of those enemies, like when you kill them, they often do like one last powerful attack as an FU before you die. And I know they were kind of annoying there at the end, whereas I almost turned off encounters. So it's like, I can't. Like, I'll do the 2x speed and stuff, but it's like, I can't turn off encounters. I have to deal with it.
Yeah, those guys, their defense is so high, but you get a really good rage from them if you have Gao with you.
Pretty Blue is your first time going through Kefka's Tower. What were kind of your thoughts? And did you get stuck at all, or did you find it like climatic?
I struggled a bit more. I didn't have a very good judge of like what level I was supposed to be to going in, so I just kind of was like, well, I've got the whole crew together now. I guess we go to the tower. My main party was leveled sufficiently, so they could kind of handle the first path. My second group was under-leveled, but it had Mog in it, and Mog has the charm where you can turn off encounters. So I was able to like progress with that group regardless of whether or not they could like actually handle the fights. My third group was drastically under-leveled and struggled. Like if I came across that Gamma robot, it was just like, well, reload. And so I basically had to grind in the end to get that party like to a sufficient point where they could at least like handle the chaff, because that third party is also the one that fights mini boss, not one of the two dragons. They also sort of have to fight the two dragons, but I kind of found a way around that. But you have to fight, I forget what it's called, but it's like he has like two scyther claws basically.
Oh yeah.
That he like ambushes you in the middle of the dungeon. So I had to grind to get that third party up to a sufficient capacity to where they could actually fight that boss and win and get through the dungeon. So it took me a bit. I also couldn't fight the dragon with that party at all. But instead, so I thought I was going to have to grind even more. But if you get your first two parties, or if you can bypass the room that the dragon is in and you just walk past it, and then you can hit the switch and you can get the second party and walk over to where the third party is. And then I was able to clear the dragon with the second party that was significantly more powerful than that third. Yeah. And then my first party went on to fight Kefka. So it was a bit of a struggle.
How about you, Miss Moon, with this most recent run? How's your Kefka run?
It wasn't as bad. Luckily, with the XP boost, that helped to make it a lot more easier to get stronger quicker. And I feel like I had to grind to get to that point, basically. But one thing I do want to point out what I love about Kefka's Tower and finally reaching Kefka is the design of the final boss itself. I love how it's designed in a way where you're ascending to find your way eventually up to Kefka. And I know his final form, it does remind me a lot of Sephiroth's final form in Final Fantasy VII. But with this one, I wanted to point out what's so great about this soundtrack and what Nobuo Uematsu did with it is how he brought the opening Omen like full circle to the very moment you meet Kefka like fully ascended, compared to how it was in the intro where you were descending down with that song playing. And there was something about the intro where it felt more I don't want to say divine, but you could hear harps, and it felt a lot softer. And despite the dark imagery, but when you finally ascended to Kefka, that kind of all disappears, and it starts to feel more, I want to say, unhinged in a way, and it just kind of shows how Kefka is now in this self-professed god status, and he's like unleashed, like he's at his most powerful, and he does not care what happens to anything or anyone. And so this was always one of my favorite final battles of throughout all of Final Fantasy, and of course especially with Dancing Mad playing through the whole thing.
And
so yeah,
I'm gonna link this in stream. So I have footage playing from my battle with Kefka earlier, but I love when you get to Kefka and he's basically like showing you his power and just sending these beams across the land, and all the characters are not even trying. It's not reason's not like the word to use, but all the characters are just explaining like why they still have hope and fight on. And again, I think one of the things that's really unique about this game is the first half of the game, the theme really is focused around Terra and like finding yourself. And that continues into the second half, but you have the big theme in the second half of being like hope and still discovering yourself, because a lot of characters are kind of finishing their arcs, but finding just something more to fight on. And I just, as they're talking to Kefka, he's telling them they all sound like a self-help book. And again, he's being still very much almost like a child playing with toys, even though he's literally playing with lives. And just say, like, people keep telling him, they keep telling people find something new to believe in, and he's like, I'll destroy it. And, well, I'll destroy that, and I'll end that. And it's one of my, I think, the most epic scenes in a video game, which says a lot for it being this 16-bit 2D scene of all these characters confronting Kefka and how he's just almost toying with them. Like he could just be fighting them right away, but he's getting enjoyment, hoping he's trying to torment them. And yeah, you get to that epic boss fight where beforehand you just fought the 3 Warren Triads, and now you fight essentially like the tower itself, followed by Kefka. And I do think there's a ton of parallels between you're fighting through hell, purgatory, and heaven. And Dancing Mad, the soundtrack, I think portrays a lot of that. So the link I shared from a channel called like 8-Bit Music Theory, and he just breaks down a lot of music and video games, and this is one on Dancing Mad. It has 3 parts in FF6. One part is solely for Dancing Mad, and he kind of talks about how Dancing Mad goes through those themes, and specifically when you fight the top of the tower, it's playing like Bach, like this high classical music. But, and I'm not like a music person, but he calls it like a late classical motif, where it's playing this like heavenly music, but Kefka can't let it be. And you have a late classical motif of his underscore of his theme. It's like there's something so pure, but he still has to corrupt it. Like he can't just let it be. And you hear his theme playing under the music. And just, I think the build up to this fight with Kefka, the tower, the music just ties together nearly perfectly for me.
I love that channel. He really knows how to explain it in a way that you can understand it if you're not involved with music theory a lot.
I wish I could find the article that I read on this a while back, but very similar to how that guy structured it. he kind of this article goes through the music structure of that sound or that specific song and how it's meant to kind of cater to what you see on screen. And in a way, it's kind of designed as you ascending a tier, essentially starting from hell, ascending up to heaven, and how that tiered structure, in its musical composition, becomes more and more chaotic. Even though you're starting in hell and you're ascending to heaven, because of what you see on screen and because you can't really understand what you're seeing, it just becomes more disorganized. Like you see this like kind of massive figure with these two arms and you're fighting it, then you kill it, and then you see this amalgamation of bodies and statues on the middle tier, and it just becomes more operatic and more kind of, again, disorganized. But it's also reflected in the music, and that's awesome, and it's just so neat how that's done. I wish I remembered where that article was and where I found it, but man, that it got so into the philosophical behind it all, and I was like, wow, this is really cool.
And this again adds like another one of those little mini games where you set up your starting party of 4, and then you set up like the bench warmers, and has a really cool mechanic of if someone gets defeated, you can get them back up, but if it progresses to the next stage of the fight, they're gone and they get replaced with the lineup down the order. And sometimes, especially if you get here low level, like a little under leveled, it can make for like a very climactic situation where you start to run through your party. And it's like one of those things that's really cool, but I think generally you kind of just play through it either with your main party, or 1 or 2 people might go down. Like usually you lose this if everyone goes down, like a normal fight. It's like one of those things, like if this game was like remade today, I'd love for them to use this where you somehow still get everyone involved. Like there's mechanics that are constantly, like, whether it's your controller or not, forcing people to rotate out. So it does feel like that big group fight. So I know I was pretty successful. I think I didn't have anyone like go down and stay down. Usually I have 1 or 2 people go down because there's a couple, even if you're high leveled, a couple mean things that go off. Like Kefka, when you get up to him, the 4th stage of the fight, he knocks you all down to 1 HP. So I gotta be on it to get everyone back up really quick. And especially if you're not expecting that can end a run. And I do think probably one of my biggest criticisms of the fight, though, is I do think Kefka himself is a bit too easy for being the final boss. Even though he just went through this tower, I feel like Kefka, I always feel like I kill him like way quicker than I expect. Even in runs I don't like really level up as much. I feel like some of the Warren Triads, or like the boss Blue was talking about earlier, and the tower are almost tougher than the final boss. So what's
I'm trying to think. I don't believe I wiped on Kefka on the actual final boss. Did get beat up when he opens with everybody gets 1 HP. So at that point, I had my kind of A team in the front end, and the rest of those rest of the tower didn't challenge that team all that much, so they were in good shape when they got to Kefka, so I was able to just kind of heal up and push through it. So yeah, I think I agree that on the one hand, I'm kind of okay with it not being super difficult, because if you make it difficult where you get all the way to the end and you're fighting Kefka and he kills you and then you have to go through that entire tower climbing again, would be kind of brutal. But Yeah, I agree that he's like a fairly easy boss, all things considered, compared to the other bosses that I struggled on the back quarter of the game, I would say, but I didn't struggle that much with the end boss. So it went out on a good note, at least as far as the combat mechanics are concerned.
Hey, Blue. I just want to quickly ask him, what did you think about Kefka as an antagonist?
I think he's a fun character. I think he's a decent antagonist. In terms of just being a mustache twirling villain who's evil for the sake of evilness. I feel like I don't know if it's ever really intended to characterize it, but I feel like it inadvertently characterizes Gestal as an exceedingly foolish person. To the point where I like question like how he got where he like, and he does a couple of other things that reflect poorly on his like mental state as like even using Kefka in the first place for anything. But so I think he's a fun enough villain. But I don't think he's a particularly deep villain, if that makes sense. So
You get
know,
banned.
I
So, I think
You're on Team Sephiroth.
so. Kefka, I think, is my favorite villain in a video game, and part of it is because it's not deep, and it's even not. I would almost argue that it's not even that he's mustache twirling evil, because he, like his backstory, which they touch a bit on it in the game, but he was essentially normal before he got trained to become Magic Knight, and that's what kind of corrupted him and caused him to basically turn to a lunatic.
Him and Celis both had that, right? Like they had like an infusion of some sorts.
Yeah, Kefka was the first, I believe. So it's like by the time Celis got to it, they essentially probably got more of the bugs worked out. So he kind of has like the backstory of he was like this, like I think they might say it in the game, but like he was like the best soldier before this. So it's like that brings like the backstory of like why he's competent in a lot of ways. But what I find so intriguing about this villain, and again, a lot of this is because it was like the first time I came across something like this, is the fact that there is almost like no true rhyme or reason. Like this is just someone who's purely just been broken and damaged, and like that's more scary. Like it's kind of like when you're dealing with like a volcano or like a disaster film, like there's a meteor coming or so, like there's no reasoning with the meteor, like we have to stop it, or we have to, you can't reason with the force of nature. And it's like, now imagine that force of nature still has like agency. It's not like he's just completely random. Like, so I almost shouldn't even say like lunatic, because it's not like he's just randomly doing stuff because he thinks it's evil, because he wants power and like that's what's driving him. But like the fact that there's no reasoning with someone like this, and he is just so unhinged. And I just thought that was like so interesting to me. It's like he does want power, but it's like he doesn't want money. He's not upset about revenge or something. And that's what I just personally find intriguing about him.
Yeah, what's the quote, Co? It's like absolute power corrupts absolutely, or something, something to that effect.
Do you guys mind if I read you something about Dancing Mad specifically for Kefka?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Regarding that article, I couldn't quite find it, but this one hits pretty close to what I think it was originally touching on. But basically, it states here that Dancing Mad is essentially Kefka's theology, and it's a four-movement structure that mirrors his philosophical evolution throughout the game. The first tier with the kind of the giant that has the two big arms in the first fight is labeled as chaos and cruelty, and that's initially how you discover Kefgor. That's how you meet him, as a very chaotic and cruel person. Tier 2 is known as mechanized domination, which is, as you see, kind of an amalgamation of body parts, but that's reflected in the game with him using Magitech armor to kind of dominate. Tier 3, which is where you kind of see that sort of figure laying back and then the lady is like kind of staring down at him. That one's known as transcendent nihilism, which is him obviously kind of seeing the world and everything in it is pointless, but that he's above it all. And tier 4 is false divinity, which is obviously him thinking of himself as a god. Interestingly, Filbert, you mentioned this earlier, but the pipe organ was used very symbolically because it's a religious parody. It's Kefka's mockery of divinity and his apotheosis through blasphemy. It's like a church built on destruction. And his villainy as a ritual, where the battle itself becomes a corrupted mass of everything that has occurred up to that point. So it's really interesting how that song structure reflects what you see through the physical sprite, the creation of that sprite, but also just how it's reflected visually too. It's really, really cool.
Wow.
Yeah, because definitely it's like there's a lot where, yeah, there is a lot of nihilism with Kefka, where it's like, imagine you find out like the god, like you find God and you are able to like take his power and become like greater than him. And it's just like what that would do to like, your worldview of like, there's no higher power. Like you're more power, you're controlling the highest power of like the world and the universe, and the nihilism that comes like, because again, that's what he says a couple, like he was talking about how everything's pointless and can be destroyed. Like there's
right, and it's exactly why it kind of like lends credence to this concept that like he's like a child. He has all this power. He gets all this the ability to really do whatever he wants. He takes the power of the statues. He's stronger than everything. So what is his next most logical conclusion is that everything is pointless because nothing challenges him now.
Yeah, it did feel like it was kind of weird where it's like you start the World of Ruin and he's not like actively trying to thwart you or anything, because it's like exactly he nothing can challenge him, so he's kind of waiting for a challenge to come that way when everybody reassembles. But yeah, it's such a different game like the second act, because there's no longer a structured villain. It's about reuniting and trying to not reestablish humanity, but like it's fractured and trying to like repair or help in any way you can, like the villages.
Yeah, finding some hope for humanity.
And that's what I love about the soundtrack itself so much, because I feel like it does that throughout the whole soundtrack, aside from Dancing Mad. It really it's really integral to telling the story of what you're seeing these characters experience. And especially with its like extensive use of like leitmotifs of their theme songs. I just feel like the narrative of 6 wouldn't be the same without the music being able to help tell that story.
One of the most striking things I noticed was at the very beginning of the World of Ruin, there is no music for an extended period of time.
Yes, very glad you said that.
And when you're initially traveling with just Celis, it's really
so depressing.
Yeah, it's a super depressing track, and it doesn't go away until you recruit somebody, and you at least have it's either one or two more companions.
Once you get the airship, it's like,
or when you get the Falcon,
you get the Falcon. It's like, all right,
now we're gonna
challenge him.
progress here.
Yeah, honestly, Blue, I'm so glad you said that, because the game, like, it really sets the tone and the atmosphere by basically just kind of, like, even after the World of Ruin, when it's doing that panning shot into the island where Celis is like knocked out, you actually don't hear any music at all. It's just like a wind chill.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's all it is. And they do that earlier in the game when you're walking through Narsh at the very beginning of the game. It's like you just enter Narsh and you just hear this kind of wind chill. And it's slowly introducing you to the world, and it does it again in the World of Ruin because now it's a different world.
And speaking of music, you guys won't be able to hear it, but I'll play it so people can hear it on stream. But I think my favorite part of the music in the entire game is as you're fighting Kefka, the game does it. I'll play his first part where it's definitely his like rock coming in, because it goes from like this Bach to like this metal rock, and the drums are going and it goes super high paced, where you're hearing like the keyboard go all crazy, and it's just setting like the tempo and the energy of this fight. And this occurs like very quick into the fight. But my favorite part specifically is it gets to that first like where it's gonna repeat, and again, I don't know music, it like the second bridge, I think it would be, and it gets ready to you expect it to speed up and repeat that, but then it does that slow drawn out.
Oh
part.
yeah, that's
And
right.
it's- and for me, even as a kid, I remember kind of interpreting that, because by this time you've done a couple rounds through with your people, and you can almost look at it as like Kefka realizing, even with all his power, he's so nihilistic, like there's something that's challenging him and defeating him. And it's just like overcome, like the pace slows down, the tempo slows down, and usually, and maybe this works with him being not that difficult, all things considered, because I feel like at this point you've probably healed everyone up and you're just blasting him, and it's just this like, it's just slowing down, and you're almost able to like relish the opportunity of bringing this all to a close and kind of bringing peace. And it's up there with the opera sing of just a moment, just even as a kid, that I was just like, there's so much more going on. And this music, like Miss Moon, you're 100%. This game it'd still be a great game, but nowhere near what it is if the soundtrack wasn't what it is.
You know, Filbert, that part where the music slows down, every time it gets to that part in the song, Kefka's using his final move. And every time it sends kind of chills down my spine, because I kind of imagine it as like Kefka realizing he's losing, and he's like in a desperation attack being like, you know what, I'm just destroying everything.
I've always wanted to see like someone make like an animated animation of this fight, and I feel like that's like the part where you have Kefka like blasting like magic down, and he's like hits a couple people, it looks like they're gonna get taken out, but that's when you show someone getting key or shield casted, and like his power isn't like enough, and that's like where the party then turns it right back on him and just start like that first minute or two, you just show everyone kind of getting beat up, Kefka's going all out, and once it hits that part, that's like the flip where it's just like, wait a second, they're still there and now they're coming back hard. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that's a just specific part of Dancing Mad I just find epic. But yeah, as far as it comes to the Kefka Dancing Mad, Dreamy, Shadow, you have anything you'd like to add in before we start to wrap everything up?
Well, I can leave it with there's two things I really hate in boss fights or enemies. That's like insta-kill attacks, and the attacks that leaves you with the 1 HP. Like, take that away, make the fight harder. Doing that is such a cheap way, so yeah, that's not something I appreciate, and have seen it so much in JRPGs, so not a fan.
I just feel like the pacing of the song, how it's so fast paced, just makes you think that like it's almost like a time battle or something like that.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, that it's like you could talk about that song for days. Just the structure, the themes, how how it sets, even how, just thinking like of the tech behind, it's a 17-minute long soundtrack, but like say if you just stay at part 1, like it doesn't play through the whole song, like it'll still stay in that, like it's able to like loop and stay in that first area, and it transitions with the fight. And I don't know, that's just something too that when you're thinking of like the Super Nintendo from '94, like even that little type of programming around this massive song, that they somehow fit all of this on the game on that little cartridge is pretty crazy. But yeah, eventually you defeat Kefka, and he has just one of the, like the game likes to do with the boss fights, but it's even more epic, the dissolve away. And you discover, because you destroyed Kefka and the Warren Triad Towers, that magic and espers are going away. They can't exist in this world anymore. And we had mentioned earlier in the stream, it then cuts to the book and the credits where it goes to all the cast and shows your names, and then you name them as something else, and shows little segments of them escaping the tower. And it's kind of left up to a question real quick of like what's going to happen to Terra. And you eventually get back to the airship, and she guides you out, which is always kind of weird, but it's just meant for a setup for the end. And she guides you out of the tower, you go up in the clouds, and she's in her Esper form, and you see her start getting weak and going down. And of course, Seltzer swoops down, and it cuts back where you see Celeste running around in the ship, and then discovers that Terra, in fact, was caught by the ship and is alive. And ends with the awesome quote of Seltzer at the end of the game just telling you it's the fastest ship in the world. And has a very epic ending soundtrack as well. And for as melancholy, I've mentioned this to like Blue and some other people in the past. Generally, I'm not someone who likes anything melancholy. It just doesn't do it for me. Though this game I really enjoy, and the one thing I do appreciate about this game too is it just ends on such a positive note. The sound, seeing the airship just fly around, all the scenes of it, a bunch of like sprites, some of them you probably have not seen before, how they're used. It's using the mode 7 or whatever it's called again, swooping around, and just that with the flashbacks, the credits, the music, I think is a great way the game ends, and such a high note.
I think what I really appreciate too is like the game starts off just so oppressive, so dark, and it ends on this high note, but the world is still destroyed. It's like magic is now gone forever. People still have to rebuild. But in the last like echoes of life, these group of heroes were able to stop a god,
Yep.
And I think what this game does so well is that it balances that feeling of melancholy with hope. I think some stories, don't get me wrong, I like darker stories and whatnot, but I think some of them tend to like drown themselves in the sadness and feel like it's just completely hopeless and dark for darkness' sake. But I think with Final Fantasy VI, it really touches that balance between being able to experience those feelings, but at the same time, it never leaves you without this sense of hope on the other side of it.
I feel
And
like
that's not easy to do in storytelling, but I think it did it really well.
I feel like it's never been about it. I think that's why I don't like a lot of melancholy stories, because it's like something good starts to happen and then just something mean just happens and it just makes you feel like crap. And like some TV shows and I think games do that, where, and I'm okay with, like, I enjoy up until like the last couple seasons, I enjoyed Game of Thrones, which kind of can have that happen. But yeah, I think this game is good about, it has its like downs and stuff, but they're kind of earned, you know. Rarely does something bad happen in the narrative that just feels like a sucker punch to you. Like when the bad stuff happens, like there's setup, there's reason for it. It's not just like, oh, we just had to pull the rug out from under you to make you feel bad. Blue, what were your final thoughts of the game? And you told me, I had to ask Blue this before we did the podcast, but one of the biggest things people always talk about with Final Fantasy is they compare it to Chrono Trigger. So what are your final thoughts with Final Fantasy, and how does it compare to Chrono Trigger? Which do you like more?
So I thought the ending of the game was very good. I struggled, as I mentioned, like mechanically to actually beat the last quarter of the game. So it actually felt very rewarding to get, you know, it is technically a bittersweet ending, but it is essentially a good ending at its core. And that ending sequence is chef's kiss. Perfect. Very excellently executed. So yeah, it ended on a super high, strong note. And as I mentioned before, I begrudgingly grant it that it is better than Chrono Trigger, and I do think it is the better game, and I think I like it more.
We got him, Pixel.
Which is sad, because I really wanted to like Chrono Trigger, but more. Which Chrono Trigger is still an excellent game, but I think the things that Final Fantasy VI does, it does. You know, if you compare them on a level playing field, it does them better than Chrono Trigger does. So, I guess the other potentially unique perspectives I can bring is having played this game after I played Octopath Traveler and Final Fantasy XIV. I see the influences of this game not only in like what it built upon, or what, not only mechanically what it happens in Octopath Traveler, which is very similar in that you have an arranged party. Each of the characters in that have their own storylines that you work through, and then you eventually get to the end boss and clear that. So it's you know, Square Enix iterates on what they make. And the music in Octopath Traveler 2 is also incredibly good. But also there are a very large number of references in Final Fantasy XIV to this game that I did not realize were references. For example, Biggs and Wedge and Sid are characters in Final Fantasy XIV that are caricatures or permutations, alternate interpretations of characters. You know, so it's interesting. I thought that it was funny that the Dragoon items that you find are essentially like Estinian embodies those in 14, and I don't know if Final Fantasy VI is the original, but I just thought it was funny that like the Dragoon stuff is all about like jumping up and down, and that's what Estinian does like the entire time. So yeah, there's a lot of references that I didn't realize were references that I now can recontextualize as like, oh, this is callbacks to Final Fantasy VI. Interesting.
All right, Dreamy, what's kind of your overall thoughts, and how do you feel about like Final Fantasy? Because I know you're big into the Suikoden games and other Final Fantasy games. So like, where does this kind of sit in your like RPG, like top games? Is this number 1 or top 3 or?
Yeah, definitely the top, because like I said, it was my like first RPG in general. Because Suikoden I got into like maybe when I was like more of a teenager, while this one was like me, age, I don't even know, 10, 12. And it's kind of that bond with me and my cousin, which was interesting, the Chrono Trigger thing. So I always wonder if I just like 6 a lot more because I did play them somewhat around the same time of each other, but I was more invested in 6, where I always wanted to beat that game or continue my progress. Because it'd always get erased because I don't know, faulty battery or something in the cartridge. But yeah, I always wondered like, is Chrono Trigger, because like there's less of a big cast, so they can focus in on characters a little bit more and flesh them out. Where we had some like oddball characters, the Mario and Go-Go and stuff like that. And whereas Suikoden, there are so many characters, and sometimes they barely get any flesh. Like there's like a Walmart greeter for the castle, essentially. But I guess with having that much, so many characters, like you can kind of like find a character that more like relates to you, even if they are crap, like have crap stats or whatever. It's like, oh, I like this guy's backstory or whatever. But yeah, 6 is definitely at the top there for like those reasons of just it being my first, and then me and my I wonder if I would have had as much fun with it if my cousin didn't like it, or because he didn't have video games growing up. His parents like didn't let him watch any like Simpsons cartoons. I think when I got a GBA, I gave him my Golden Pikachu Pokemon Game Boy Color, which was his first console, but it was like half eaten, kind of where the link cable goes in, because my black Labrador, which was my childhood dog, like chewed it up, but it still worked. So I gave it to him because it's like, well, I just got GBA, so I don't need this anymore. But you can. I'm sure his mom didn't like that, but like he had like good stories of like going to the used video game store, picking up random games, and that kind of was his entryway into stuff.
So you were
besides.
That bad cousin or bad friend that's like, I can get all the stuff my parents will let me through.
Yeah, like we're literally like in the basement of my grandparents' house with like one of those really old tuner TVs where you turn the 10 channels on it and the antenna or whatever, and like hooking up my component cables, right? No, composite. Which one's the yellow,
composite, red? Or that's component, yellow and red. Yeah.
So yeah, there's that, and also like getting him into Dragon Ball at the time, and then Dragon Ball Z eventually. But yeah, so we have like lots of shared interests now, and we both work at the same company now.
That's cool.
But so we always mean to go back and play this, because we're like, sometimes we can't remember if we actually beat the game or not. Cause I think my brother had like a save state at the very end, like before, like at the Kefka part on his computer, because he'd have that downloaded. But I'm pretty sure we did beat it. Like, it just took us several attempts, because we only met, 5 times a year, maybe like for Easter, Christmas, because we were like a little bit spread out apart. So I think that attributes my like love for the game, is just because we bonded. We played 2 players, so you would I think assign party members, and only in battle were you actually like 2 players. Yep. So like you'd trade off who would be player 1 to like navigate the story and that stuff. But yeah, there's just like so many like funny moments, like with Cyan, him losing his family, but then it's like, is he kind of like taking in Gao a little bit? Because like Gao really like, I think he was always like pestering him a little bit, like Mr. Thou. And then I wonder like how they all got into that one apparatus, like the helmet,
the one,
to go through the sea trench.
I still think about that today. I'm like, how did that work?
No, yeah, and for me, a big part of this game is playing it and watching my brothers play it. And I think I've mentioned this before. I think Chrono Trigger is a more impressive game, mechanically the more interesting game. Even without my nostalgia, though, I feel like this narrative in this one is just stronger for me. It speaks more to me. I personally think it's a better narrative. I think Chrono Trigger is still very good, but I think it is a little bit more juvenile
in 6, because this Chrono Trigger doesn't really have a villain. Like you have like some lukewarm villains with like
yeah, it's just like
Magus and
the
stuff.
end game. It does an interesting thing where the villain turns out to join you, like midway, and then you're kind of fighting like an apocalyptic alien thing. But
So when you guys actually, I'm not sure if you like got this game when it came out, because I don't know when we got it. Like because it came out what 90 was it 99 or something like that? 94. That would have been 3.
94.
But did you actually see the commercials with like Mog and stuff? Because I feel
I
like
didn't see
everybody
it.
went to gaming stores to like.
I didn't see it on TV, but I went back and saw it around the time that YouTube first posted it.
Yeah.
yeah, we would have had this early, but yeah, my brother, like my oldest brother, Jarek, who sometimes is in chat, because I remember he got like Street Fighter 2 way back when. So the first house we lived in, we moved out when I was 3, and I still remember him in Street Fighter 2. So that was like 92. It's like one of my earliest memories is him getting that on Christmas Day. So he is always, and because he's quite a bit older than me, like 10 years, so he's always kind of on top of like the newer big games. So we would have had this at least in the early 90s. We had it like before we had a 64 and all that. And I still have my original copy right back there.
I have my copy in right now, and then I bought a complete in-box version at the last con I went to. Just I was like,
That's
yeah,
awesome.
if there's one game I want to splurge on, it's that one.
Yep.
But I like the inserts at the no wimps with Mog. It's sort of like almost like the kind of Genesis marketing that they had against Nintendo, but like it's just so weird that like
Yeah, if you haven't, Blue, after this, look up the Mog Final Fantasy 6 commercial or Final Fantasy 3. Then the OG opera scene. And
Out of curiosity, is anybody here a big Jeremy Soule fan?
Oh.
I know he makes the music for Company of Heroes, among various other things. And those soundtracks are quite good.
Yeah, I know the name,
So
but I don't think I've heard his music.
If he does Company of Heroes music, I like him because 2 and 3 have great soundtracks, especially 2.
He was for a long time writing a lot of the music for Bethesda's open world titles, so Morrowind, Oblivion, Fallout 3, a lot of those games. I think he did Skyrim as far as I remember. But his first work in the games industry was on Final Fantasy VI. He was a music tester.
It's so
cool. Way back in 2004, he did a compositional piece for Terra's song for Final Fantasy VI and released it. And I mean, he's huge in the games industry now, and he was well established, by the time that he was doing work on Morrowind and Oblivion and all this kind of stuff. But yeah, way back in 2004, he covered Terra's piece because he's such a big fan of Nobuo Uematsu. And you can go listen to it on YouTube, but he has his own interpretation of that song and wrote it up, and it's really cool.
I'll have to add that to watch.
I gotta check that out.
And Miss Moon and Shadow, any kind of last thoughts when it comes to Final Fantasy?
Just that this is a great game that aged well, I must say. This is definitely one that you can play over and over again and still learn things about it that you probably didn't notice before. And that's kind of one of the things that makes it so great. But considering that this was my first ever Final Fantasy, I couldn't imagine a better numbered title to get into the series. I'm very glad that this one was the first one for me.
Absolutely.
Was it for anybody else? Because it was mine as well.
It was mine as well. I know my brothers played 2 or 4, but I never played much of that. and that we never owned that. They always just rented that, and I've never really played Final Fantasy 1. I think just random bits, but
Yeah, I can't even believe that 2's on the Super Nintendo as well. Because I mean, I haven't played it, but it looks drastically different. I'm sure like the budget was different, a bigger team or something. But
yeah, it came 2 years before 6 did. But man,
originally it was like designed for the NES, right? And they switched it like late in its life to make a Super Nintendo game.
6 was my first back when it was 3.
Yep.
I still remember seeing that artwork at the rental store. It's like, what is this? Just seeing a Moogle on the box like that, you really can't tell what you're getting into when you pick it up.
And the opening cutscene with just the organ music and lightning, you're just like, what's going on here?
Right.
It's very sinister.
Rug pull.
Where's my cute Moogle?
Right.
Did you guys, I don't know if anybody knew this, Filbert, I think I shared it with you earlier, but they were actually, early during development, they were planning to have a SimCity-like segment minigame for Final Fantasy VI with Strago.
What?
Yep, early during development, they were planning to have like a mini game where it was basically like cultivating a village or cultivating a town, and you had to use Strago to do it. Never obviously made it into the game, but they intended it to be like a SimCity sort of mini game.
That's what we need.
Whoa.
We need Final Fantasy SimCity edition.
Well, Pixel with the deep lore here. I had no idea about that.
It's crazy stuff. It's super cool.
All right.
Well, I think
go ahead, Sharon.
it's an amazing game. Obviously, I haven't played all the Super Nintendo games out there, but this is my favorite. And I wish I had nostalgia and played this as a kid, but language barrier, and didn't release here until PlayStation 1 or Game Boy Advance or something like that. But I'm also in the crew with thinking Final Fantasy VI is a better game than Chrono Trigger. Not to say Chrono Trigger is a bad game, it's a fantastic game too. But I just think Final Fantasy VI hit me in a harder way than Chrono Trigger does, with Celeste and her story and what she goes through, which makes her like one of my favorite Final Fantasy characters, and the music is amazing. It has some of the best music in the franchise, like Terra's theme and the Celeste theme. It's an amazing game, and if you're somewhat interested in JRPGs, this is something you need to put on your backlog.
Yeah. And it really is, other than again a couple like the weird characters, like most of the characters are so strongly written, and compared to like a lot of RPGs, a lot of times like even like Final Fantasy 7, I really like latch onto like Cloud, Tifa, Aerith and stuff, but like Yuffie, Vincent, like they're cool in their way, but there's not like a connection like I have with so many of the characters in like this game.
At least not with the original 7.
Yeah.
Those were just optional characters too, so that some people might have just didn't know about either. So,
But
I think what's the
I was just gonna say
Filbert.
it's good to see you, Bucho, but you did catch the very tail end.
Oh, Bucho.
Oh no. I do want to quickly say that I respect all of you for being able to choose between Chrono Trigger and 6, because I feel like every time I find myself leaning towards one or the other, I go back into this draw basically. And I guess because I experienced both of those relatively close together, and they're so integral to like my foundation of my love of JRPGs, that I wish I could decide as easily as you all do, but I cannot pick. Ultimately, I just can't pick between the two.
I respect that.
Very iconic cutscenes and stuff.
You know, Butcher said we just need to start again from the beginning. So, all right, and then go grab a.
Ocho, you
cup
have
of
5
coffee.
hours of content now.
But yeah, huge appreciation to everyone taking part. I knew this was going to be a long one. Big game, plus a lot to talk about for a lot of us. Close game, 4 of us, childhood game. But I appreciate you all. Thanks for participating for the first time, Dreamywarrior. Hope to have you possibly on future EXP Monthly. So just guys let me know on future games if you ever want to join in. But as always, huge thank you to everyone taking part, everyone in chat, anyone catching the VODs later. This month we have Fallout. I was streaming that earlier this week. So the first Fallout. Then we're gonna, which actually kind of works perfect for June. We have Star Fox.
Oh yeah.
And
Nice.
the new Star Fox comes out end of June. But the good news is Star Fox is a very short game, so you could probably
You
even
had
play.
this all planned.
Your way through the whole series by that point, except for maybe Star Fox Adventures, right?
So June is Star Fox, and then we have Expedition 33. So a big game that we're going to give at least 2 months.
That's going to be new for me.
Yep. And I've heard so many good things. I know Shadow and Miss Moon sing its praises. So
Yeah, we
I-
already had an interesting chat about it, so it's gonna be nice
Yeah, I'm
to
really,
get more to that chat.
so
I'm
that's
super
probably
curious
one
what you think.
I'll start probably after I beat Fallout 1, just to give myself even extra time. Because I know it's a longer game, probably, 60 to some hours or so.
Yeah, at least that, yeah. But I'm super curious about what you're gonna think about it, because I'm thinking, is this overhyped or is there like merit to all this praise, and I'm just caught up in it.
It has
It's
to
gonna
be
be
good.
interesting to replay it and see for ourselves. You know, the dust to settle.
True, very true.
But, all right, that's it for April's EXP Monthly on Final Fantasy VI. Everyone take care, and hopefully we catch you in the next one. Links in the description if you want to join the Discord. If you're not in, or go to expmonthly.com and have a good one.